Rare green buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness taste and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past?
Hello, good morning, everyone. Oh my days, I am so decombulated because they started the stream earlier, and I'm all over the place right now because I was, relaxing with Nightbot just, before the stream started, and I was like. Oh, okay. The placeholder went up, and I was like, oh, okay, I still have a bit of time, and then all of a sudden, I get another notification saying that we are live now, and I was like, no, I have to go because obviously I don't want to lose anything. And oh, it's just, oh my days, sorry. So I am not, um with my comfy hoodie. I think I'm just gonna have to stay like this, and just be comfortable. And yeah, good morning, everyone. I mean, today it's a very rush start. Well, I don't know if they're actually gonna start court just yet. um because there's literally no movement or nothing whatsoever. But yeah, I don't know. I'm all over the place because I'm still trying to situate myself. I'm still even trying to set up my computer. I just like pressed the button to go live and went live, and and just to try to make myself presentable. I think there's still gonna be like about 20 minutes to it, but we haven't missed anything. Morning, Toxic. Good morning, everyone. I am just all over the place today. I'm still trying to sort myself out. Oh my days, only me. Oh, and today doesn't like. Oh, so this morning, Nightbot had the was in charge of trying to get rid of the car because the accident that I had a couple of weeks ago. The car is absolutely scrapped, so we got another one, and this one we needed to get rid of. So the way that we hi Denise, well hello everybody. um so the way that we decided was to scrap the car. We called this company, and this company came and grabbed the car. So Nightbot this morning was sorting it out, the car, make sure everything was fine and presentable for, the guys. Even though it's for scrap, we like things to be presentable, of course, and clean. So it was doing that sort of stuff, make sure that he had all the documents, and it was inside of the car. Then got out, and he had both of the keys that we had for the car, the spare and the main key. He left the key inside of the car. The thing with that car was that when you used to close the driver's door, right, the car automatically locks, and it does that. It leaves the keys, both of the keys that we had inside of the car. Oh, there's some noise from the core, so I'm gonna try to speed up. So basically, what Nightbot has to do is smash the window of the car to be able to get into the car, so you can get the keys out, so we can the guys can take the car for scrap. So literally, I need to edit some parts out of the video that I did because we have security cameras to where we keep our cars. I have the footage of Nightbot smashing the window of my old car. which was hilarious. I am like, I feel bad for him because he was a bit stressed. Oh, the guys are trying to test the audio. So I think, oh, it's crazy. It was a crazy morning for him, but I am very very thankful to Nightbot for helping me sort out the car issue and to get rid of the car, and we can just move on. And I am gonna be honest, I cried. I cried because I really liked the car. It was a good little car. It drove me around, and it was the car that we first got when we first got together, and that he helped me get when I moved to where he lives, where we live now, because I was down south in the country. Um, and I got attached to the car, and I cried. I'm gonna be honest, I cried because it's like a part that ended kind of thing. I don't know. Well, it's just me being over emotional over a car. Never mind. So yeah, I wanted to do a recap of the last couple of days that we did yesterday. But I don't know if I'm gonna have time because this court is apparently gonna start early, and I don't know. Also, they keep turning on the audio, and it's just like something happened. No, it's not. Another thing that I need to say, about 30 in about an hour and a half, 10:30 a.m. Eastern, will be easier. I have to turn off my camera because there's a hearing of a case that I've been following, as well as Denise. I've been following out of Idaho, and there's, I believe, probably a last final hearing, because I think the person is going to plead guilty or changing the plea or going to trial. We'll find that out today, and I really want to at least to watch it again, because I can't stream it because I don't have permission of the court, and I haven't streamed any of the other ones, so it would be very weird to stream just a random hearing without any like backstory or anything. But yes, it is toxic. It is Colin Pitt. That's the ones that me and Denise are gonna go. We can only hope. Yes, yeah, it is true. Oh, did you? Yeah. So we're great together. Yay. So yeah. So I want to be present. It's virtual. It's gonna be virtual. I'm gonna be virtual, obviously, because I'm not in Idaho. I'm in very warm England. I am not gonna say that it's cold because I feel for all my friends down in America and in Canada that are way more freezing than I am, and I need to stop being a wimp and just put my big old pants on and not be that cold. But yeah, so that's a half through. But then I'll be here. I'll be on chat. Nightbot is gonna be in chat soon as well. He's just finishing up a couple of things. Um, Yay! Oh, make sure as well. I say this every morning, and I'm gonna say it again. If you're not following us as the gavel drops Discord server, please do. It's a lot of work. It's amazing. There is a lot of documents about court cases. They're ongoing. For example, the Jason Chant court case that is just on a sentencing phase. There's a lot of information about that. There's information about upcoming trials. This trial, not so much, because but it's not a problem from the server. It's a problem of the area where it is, that we can't access the court documents. But hey, there is a lot of other information. So um we'll see in terms of Discord. Make sure you follow. Also, I will try to get a link. There's also a YouTube channel for the As the Gavel drops, so make sure that you follow that as well. I will get to the link in a second for that one, and I'll post in chat. But yeah, so starting very very quick recap of this 2 days. So they Oh, I think I've said too much. Oops. Sorry. I don't speak English, toxic. I did not say anything. I can edit that part in edit. Sorry. My apologies. Oh well. Oh well, not yet. It's fine. No worries. We did not say anything. There's nothing happening. What? Okay, huh? I don't speak English. Carry on. So yesterday we did the recap. Great, me putting my foot in. Yeah, awesome. So yesterday and the day before we did the now we don't have to get videos posted to be saying toxic. It's fine. People can just send that. I am finishing up working on that thing that I told you, but I'll text you. I'll DM you. Very quick recap. So we had a lady yesterday on this trial, the West Virginia against Natalie Cochran, that she's accused of unaliving her husband via poisoning, aka insulin. We had quite a few people that we even had the first expert of the trial that we saw talking about how insulin works, how the fast insulin that that he was supposedly given was the fast as acting insulin that takes about 15 minutes to take effect, and it can last about 6 hours. We had a nurse as well that was a friend of them. So but my theory, right, is that Natalie poisoned him throughout times, and then the throughout the time, because he got sick all of a sudden. His friend is one of his best friends that testified, not yesterday but they on day two of this trial. He testified that in the beginning of the year of 2018 it was fine, it was normal, but at the end of the year he started to get sick, started to get to have to go to the hospital a lot. There was he started changing completely. So he used to be a fit guy, going after doing stuff and everything, and then he completely changed to not doing much stuff, and then being in the hospital all the time, and even spending some 5 days in ICU in November of 2018. So um it's just the difference of how he was before, and then how he changed. Before we carry on, I just saying, don't forget to like the stream. It does help a lot, the channel. Share it if you want, invite friends and everyone to come, and we are small little chat, we good. But yes, if you can just leave your DNA at on the like button, it would help a lot the channel, please, and thank you. Carry on. So they we had a nurse about the hospice care, where Michael Cochran, this is the victim, was sent to. And I even mentioned the fact that it was very similar how hospice care works in America. Is the same way that works over here in the UK, because I have worked in a care home before my current job in the company that I am. And he was just talking about the kind of shifts that she did, how did she do the notes, that she was his primary nurse, and then how, like, the only reason really that he went to the hospice care was to make him comfortable until he sadly moved on. So he was very unsettled when he came in. So it was just more of a character witness, if you want to call it. And then the cross, they talked about the DNR, because he had the do not resuscitate order in place, and that Natalie was the power of attorney of that one. So, and then was very after the nurse, we on day three, now we're on day three, we had one of the general contractors. So Jason Bowen was one of the guys that Natalie texted, saying that Michael, the victim, was in was was on a floor by the kitchen counter, and it wasn't well. So she texted, not even called, texted, which a text, when you text someone, it's something that is not as urgent as call. You would imagine if your husband was on the floor in the kitchen, unconscious or barely conscious, you would call, or you would call 911 first of all. But anyway, she called her. She could have called the contracted. No, she texted, because sometimes, believe me, I don't notice messages. Sometimes there could be days I cannot. I'm worse of that. I don't know this message. The guy could have not noticed the message that she sent. So, but they did. Never mind. So they went to the house to check him over and everything, and then so and then I think him and the other guy transported him. The other guy did not testify because sadly he died in a car crash in 2020. So I don't yeah, we are not gonna I was gonna say we're not gonna we probably not gonna hear from him. Yeah, we'll definitely not hear from him, sadly, unless they invent some way to testify from beyond the mortal coil. But anyway, like Ati says, um and then the attorney was the cross the defense attorney was talking about, so if he was so unwell, why did you call 911? Why did you not research stuff? And was just talking about that. And then was a recross. This was the witness, right? It was very funny that they did recross and then recross and then recross and then a cross of the cross. Oh, it was a horrible. So it was just absolutely hilarious, this witness, because they were like asking questions from after questions and everything. So then one thing that the prosecution, actually, the like Nightbot says, the attacking team, he was saying that if this to the general contractor, said that if he saw Natalie physically during the measurements, and he said, no, I only know what she told me about the measurements that she took. So um and then they were talking all across several witnesses as well, was that the fact that Michael didn't want to go to the hospital. Well, fair enough, I don't want to go to the hospital more often than not. I don't think no one wakes up one day and say, oh, what am I going to do today? I know, I'm going to the hospital. No, no one. It's that everyone tries to avoid hospitals if they can. I try to avoid hospitals, but they have this call thing. Um, I think they have sweets or anything there that attracts me to the to the hospital. But now I'm joking. They don't. They do have sweets, but they are more stale than anything else. So just talking about that. And then after that, we had our first expert. We had the FBI dude. He was the quantico chemist forensic examiner. So he had a bunch. That part was a little bit boring because they had to get into evidence, a lot of stuff into evidence, and they had to categorize and then objections and all of that stuff. And then it was all the evidence was the insulin things that were found in the house, in the home of the Cochrans, which is notable that neither one of them was prescribed the insulin, or neither of them had diagnosed diabetes to have insulin. So they technically did not need to have insulin, but they did, because apparently this by Natalie, the defendant, she uses insulin on Michael to bring down his sugar levels. And um definitely, for sure, I definitely need to invest on some bubble wrap, that is for sure. I think Nightbot needs to buy some bubble wrap, and needs, yeah, we need that stock ASAP. um so they were just talking about the insulin process, and how he did the reports, and then the defense, right? He was just talking about the is the education more in depth, which I did not really understood the motive behind it, the relevance of that, but prosecution was in La La Land and did not say anything about it. So, but then was a shocker that was like a mini bomb kind of thing. That this case happened in February 2019, if I'm not mistaken, and all of this evidence, right, that this chemist got into the trial only came to him in June 2021, or in 2021, which um it's just, I absolutely don't understand, because I do know that she got first charged, but then the charge was dropped, and then she got recharged for the second time, and that's where we are today. So I don't know if it was because of that delay or what happened there. Don't know, but maybe we'll figure out in the defense case today. We'll see. Yeah, I think you had way too much fun with that night, but and I think we definitely need to work out on that footage of you smashing the car window, and yeah, definitely, because we need to show people that greatness of of what happened. And then this was, I think, was the last witness of the of that day, of day three, that was on last Friday. Yesterday there was no court because of the federal holiday in America. So they asked him about how would you die out of an overdose of insulin, but he said that he could not answer to that question because he was not qualified for it. He was not the right expert for that. Which that was one of the things that the defense and the attacking team, the prosecutor, were fighting about. They were so bickering. I think we have a niche in this channel. We always find the very spicy trials. I know most of them are spicy, but the last trial we covered, the CNN one, was so spicy, very spicy to the end. This one, these two attorneys, they do not like each other. You can see in the air of the trial, they don't like each other. One thing I warn you before they do start, because it's almost 9 a.m. Local. Um, I warned you that the defense attorney, it is slow. If we were watching, we were catching up on Saturday, and then yesterday we were catching up to this trial because we finished the other one and we decided to start this one. And it was slow on 1.3 speed. So brace yourselves because it's going to be slow. Um, I've heard of from a lot of people, and I saw on normal speed the trial a little bit up ahead, just to see, where they were in the case, and to see if all the information was there. Because I was, oh, excuse me, I was surprised that day three was only about 2 hours, and yeah, it he talks very slow. He thinks a lot, so the attacking guy is. Okay, Nightbot, thank you very much. We have a new Insight member because Nightbot did actually the first stream of this day. So if you haven't seen Nightbot, you can go back to Saturday's stream a couple days ago and you can see Nightbot. Lovely Nightbot that has been helping a lot the channel and helping us out to carrying on with the streams when I'm not available, or I have plans to just hang out with friends in real life and not just with my friends online. So yeah, so that was like very briefly the past 2 days. Resumed in a little bubble thing before the new day starts, and I will try to do this every day, just to give a bit of a refresh of what happened the day before, because sometimes it's just, yes, we are listening, and sometimes it's just in the background while we're working, cleaning, doing our daily lives. And sometimes we're not 100% she listening, and I'm guilty of that. I do that too as well. I just sometimes just put the stream in the background just to listen to it while I'm doing something, but I'm focusing on something else. And I like to do a bit of a recap, so I thought of starting doing that before the day starts rather at the end, because we need a refresher or on a new day, not on the day before. But anyway, that is just me now rumbling. Day three, I think we are gonna this now is just me speculating on what is gonna happen on day three. I think on day three today, we are gonna we're gonna carry on listening to experts. I think we are finished listening to like character witnesses about Michael, the victim, and I think we like about how the relationship between them two, Natalie and Michael, both how the relationship was. I think we've listened to that part of the trial on the prosecution's thing, defense. I think now we're going to move on to the expert. So we had the first expert, yeah, on day 3, the chemist, and I think we're gonna carry on doing on that line of experts. So we might hear from the medical examiner and listen to the rest part of the forensic team that was involved in this case. One thing that was surprised, because normally in the trials that we've watched, and the trials that I've watched, I've noticed that the lead investigator, right, of the case, the lead detective or anything, normally testifies at the end of the prosecution case. So basically, like, he's the last witness to wrap up everything in a bubble, to say how they did the investigation. But I think we already had the investigator in this case. I think it was Saturday. Nightbot, please, if you do remember, correct me on the chat if I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong on stream. You would love to be right. I know that. But yeah, so I thought I think we already listened from him, so I'm just a little bit um yeah, confused. Sorry, I was just checking that if the um if the stream was still working, because they haven't come in and it's already past 9 and they've been. Oh, the fraud investigator, not the lead. Oh, okay, right. So then we probably still gonna have the lead investigator then, because normally they do finish the attacking team, like Nightbot said, aka the prosecution team. Normally they finish on the lead investigator, and I was like, why is they brought him already? It's like, is that the case that short? That the first witnesses now? Okay, so it was the fraud investigator. Okay, fair enough. So now, because obviously they were probably talking about the Ponzi scheme that she pled guilty, because she is serving already 11 years or 10 years in the federal prison out of the because of the Ponzi scheme that I think both of them were involved. My theory is that she was poisoning him, still continues, still stands the same, but she was doing that. She was trying to unalive him and trying to unalive Michael, because probably Michael wanted to come clean about the scheme and the Ponzi scheme and everything to the investigator, because he was interviewed. Michael was interviewed by, I don't know if it was the same fraud investigator that testified on the first day, but I'm assuming it is. Um, so Michael was investigated by this investigator, and probably it was definitely speculation, a big time speculation. But it's just my opinion, and my opinion sometimes counts for nothing. um so what was I saying? I forgot now. I was saying my speculation, right? So that she was poisoning him, blah blah blah, but she was doing that because Michael wanted to come clean because of the Ponzi scheme, and she didn't. She wanted to carry on. Exactly, speculation train for sure. Hop on. We all belong to this crazy train of speculating about this trial. It is, well, that's what we do for a living. That's what we like to do, and that's why I like to see if my theory is right or whose theory is right, because you might not agree with me, and that's absolutely fine. I would love to hear your side of the thing, of the um of your theory about this case. If you have one, just let us know on the comments, on the chat, or whatever. And yeah, we can agree to disagree and then see who's right and who's wrong. I would love to be wrong, because Nightbot loves to prove that I'm wrong. So that is my theory, that she unalived him because he wanted to come clean about the Ponzi scheme. She didn't. She wanted to carry on with the Ponzi scheme, so she decided to that he needed to go to, like Kathy says, to the heaven buffet. So yeah, that is again my theory. The court keeps the sound keeps kicking in, but then it keeps going out. Um, no, I don't think so, Nightbot. That is a good perspective, but I don't think so, because, well, but bribed by who? By Natalie or by Michael? Michael is the victim. Natalie's husband was Natalie's husband. He's not here anymore with us. So it's just interesting to know. Michael. That could be a possibility. I never thought of that way. So you think that Michael bribed the detective for the Ponzi scheme not to happen, or well, not the Ponzi scheme not to happen, not the charges to come up, because that's the thing, we don't have. Oh, interesting. Or do you think that Michael was an informant of the Ponzi scheme? It could be that Michael could have been an informant of the Ponzi scheme because he might have cut a deal with the investigator, because probably that's why I met him twice in two different times, and he could have been telling that, because Natalie on the witness on day 2 of a Bank of America, and I need to try to find my notes on that guy. Uh, he said, oh yes, the standing desk guy, yes, found him, that he said that he mainly dealt with Natalie. Exactly. If he cuts the deal, he probably had the perfect deal. He probably cut a deal with the investigator to bring Natalie, because the guy that testified on day 2 from Bank of America said that he had more connections and more talks with Natalie than actually the Michael. He said he talked to someone that was a gentleman that he thought was Michael. That part is now starting. I'll have to say my theory on break.
Good morning. We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-343-K. All right. Do we have anything to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury, Mr. Truman?
Your Honor, the only issue that we have is a technical one. And when we try to full size the screen, the picture just kind of falls apart. So we were going to try and substitute a cable to see if that was a problem. But at the moment, that's the only problem. So
okay. So we're dealing with a picture that's that small.
Yeah, I'm afraid that we could blow it up, but if I can figure this out. And it will be on that screen, which is bigger, but unfortunately, that's not real convenient.
Jurors won't be able to see that screen, however.
How do you make this bigger, Ashley?
I don't know if you can make that one bigger
until we're admitted. Okay. And once it comes up, we can try again. And if worst case scenario, we'll test the jury's vision.
Okay. Their eyesight.
Yes.
All right. Well, we can just do the best we can.
That's all we can do.
And then do we have your expert witness squared away, Mr. Selden?
Honestly, Your Honor, I'm not sure. When I talked to your secretary, I was under the impression that my witness would be called on the telephone so she could monitor the expert testimony. Your secretary said, for whatever reasons, that wasn't possible. There were other people on the line, whatever. She said that she would send a Teams link by email to Dr. Banerjee, and she would be admitted that way so she could monitor expert testimony. I don't know if that has been accomplished yet or not.
All right. Have you been in touch with Dr. Banerjee?
I informed her of what the process would be. She is standing by on her computer waiting for the email Teams link.
Okay, well, let's keep our fingers crossed and hopefully we can accomplish all of these things. Doubtful, but we can hope.
Wildly optimistic, it's all going to go perfectly.
That's right. Anything further from the defense before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Bring out the jury, please, bailiff.
Your Honor, very quickly before the jury arrives, do you want me to call Dr. Banerjee and see if she has access?
Yes, once we get started, and we'll go slowly so that we can figure things out.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm glad to see smiling faces instead of scowling faces. You guys are the greatest. Thank you so much for coming in on this rather terrible weather day. It was 3 degrees at my house this morning, and it felt like 1. So thank you for coming in, being prompt, and doing your civic duty. I hope you had a good long weekend and rested well, and you are ready to continue with the trial. We have some what we call Teams links. We have video presentations this morning of expert witnesses. We've had already a few technological difficulties. So I just ask for your patience, and hopefully you'll be able to bear with us. All right, we are still on the state's case in chief, of course. And Mr. Truman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Diane Krieger. There she is.
Is that you, Dr. Krieger?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Uh-oh.
Now, Mr. Selden, would you call your witness to make sure that she can hear?
Do you wish me to step out?
Either way.
Might be better. I will
Okay.
return in a moment.
It is.
If you'll bear with us for a minute, Dr. Krieger.
Certainly.
It's,
No, the,
Members of the jury, we have had some difficulty blowing up the video screen. It's kind of small, but I think you can still see the witness, and we may just have to go along with what we have.
speaker, mic.
She was unable to contact the link.
Your Honor, she did hook up with Teams initially. She had audio and then it disappeared. So she can see what's going on, but she can't hear, which is the most important thing.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Krieger.
I can unmute myself. I muted myself, that section of the attorney. If you prefer me to stay unmuted, that's fine, and I can hang up from the telephone, whatever you prefer.
I think we need the telephone because we have problems with the audio.
She's calling now, Your Honor.
Okay, so, yeah.
She had, our expert can hear, she can hear when she is unmuted.
Okay. So if you'll stay unmuted, Dr. Krieger, we'll be good as gold.
Maybe.
Fine. Is this working for you?
It's working great.
Great.
All right, if you'd please stand, Dr. Krieger, and raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state and spell your name, please?
Diane Krieger, Diane Krieger.
Thank you. Doctor, are you currently employed?
I am.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician and endocrinologist with Endocrinology Associates in Miami, Florida, and I am an associate professor of medicine and head of endocrinology at the Florida International University College of Medicine.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt, but our expert cannot hear her at all now. I don't know what's going on.
All right.
Okay. Let me do something.
Stand by.
Can you hear me through the telephone?
Can you hear her through the telephone?
Can you hear me through the telephone?
We're checking.
Can you hear her?
Okay. Because I originally was muted, then I unmuted to see if that would help you. And now I need to figure out how to mute again.
Okay, try.
Okay. Now our expert can hear her now. Whatever she
Okay.
did.
We should be good now. But we can't hear Dr. Krieger.
Aren't we all glad we live in this modern era?
We can't hear you at all, Dr. Krieger.
Judge, the way we did it last week was we muted the team's microphones and broadcast through the telephone.
Yes, that's what we're trying to do now. Dr. Krieger is on her phone.
I think we're gonna have to call her in.
She's making hand signals. Can you hear me, Dr. Krieger? Okay, that's a start.
I agree.
Dr. Krieger, you can answer that. It is us calling you back.
Your call has been forwarded. 3059030.
Okay. And she should answer.
Yes.
Answer that if you can. I'll just send us a note. What does that say, Mr.
Trying to
Truman?
reconnect.
She's trying to reconnect with the number that called her.
We'll call her.
Okay. We're calling you, Dr. Krieger.
Hello?
Ah, that's promising.
Yes, sorry about that.
No problem. Not your fault. Now, Mr. Selden, can you check to see if
Yes, Your
your
Honor.
expert can hear?
I can hear.
Okay.
Now my call is being forwarded to voicemail.
Okay. Well, why don't we start, and hopefully your expert will let us know. She'll call if she can't hear.
Let me send her a text message real quick.
All right.
I can hear.
Oh, okay. We have another expert on the line. That's what's causing us our problems, Dr. Krieger. The defense expert wants to be able to hear your testimony.
She just called me. She can't hear.
Oh my goodness.
Why don't we just connect? That phone is a conference call phone. Just call the defense expert on that and add her to that call.
Okay. If someone knows how to do that, we can
Well,
do it.
maybe. Don't put me under that kind of pressure.
They're going to try another mode.
There's an ad.
Why don't you just stay on the phone for a moment? Your Honor, I'm having her just stand by on my phone till we
Okay.
figure it out.
Stanley, come up with your
Hold on. 252. 13. I'm in jail. They're trying to call you, so I'll get it.
Hello, Dr. Banerjee. Hello, it's Dr. Banerjee.
Dr. Banerjee, just mute your phone, and we should be going forward now. You can hear okay?
Thank you.
Correct?
Yes, I can. I'm muted.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Krieger, are you still with us?
I am.
Outstanding. How many lawyers does it take to get a phone call?
I can tell you I've been doing telehealth for 5 years, and this happens in my life every day.
Well, doctors, through our Supreme Court, we have 1995 technology, so welcome to West Virginia. Doctor, before you stopped, you were mentioning endocrinology. Could you explain to us what that is, please?
Yes, endocrinology is a subspecialty of internal medicine that deals with the function of all the glands in the body, such as the pancreas, which makes insulin, and the thyroid, which makes thyroid hormone, the pituitary, that makes a lot of hormones that direct the other hormones, the ovaries, and the testes. So we specialize in problems that happen in glands.
Now, Doctor, to get to this point, what kind of training did you have, please?
I have an undergraduate degree from Cornell University. From there, I went to the University of California, San Francisco, where I received a medical degree. From there, I crossed the country to Boston, where I went to the Beth Israel Hospital, a major teaching institution of Harvard Medical School. I did my internal medicine residency there and then stayed on for a fellowship.
Doctor, could you tell us in summary fashion your work experience, please?
Yes. My first job was at the University of Miami Diabetes Research Institute, where I was an assistant clinical professor of medicine, taking care of patients, teaching medical students, and doing research. In 1991, I opened a private practice in Miami and have since then been practicing endocrinology in what started as a group with just me and now has 5 endocrinologists. And I then joined the faculty at a new medical school about 12 years ago, the Florida International University College of Medicine, where I'm now head of endocrinology and associate professor of medicine. I teach second-year medical students the pathophysiology of endocrinology, and I teach the clinical studies of third-year medical school students and first-year residents.
Now, Doctor, have you published any peer-reviewed articles?
Yes. During the time of my private practice, I was also involved in a lot of clinical research and have published a number of articles about those topics, a variety of topics. I did research in diabetes, in natural products and their safety and effectiveness. And later in my career, I did a lot of vaccine research and had a number of publications having to do with that.
Have you been a presenter for any national or international conferences?
Yes, in 2021, I came to Morgantown, West Virginia, where I presented at a symposium. I was the endocrine expert for the Clarksburg Johnson VA insulin murder cases, and the prosecutors and I and several of the other physicians created a symposium jointly with the medical school and the law school about the cases.
Doctor, the term board certified comes up when experts are involved. What does that mean?
That means that you have the physician has achieved a certain level of training and then has demonstrated competency by taking examinations. So I'm board certified in internal medicine and in endocrinology, diabetes, and metabolism.
You are licensed to practice medicine, I take it, in various jurisdictions?
Yes, I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida and in the state of Utah.
You alluded to it earlier, but what high-profile cases have you been involved in?
Yes, I've been involved in 2 serial murder cases involving insulin. The first was at the Johnson VA in Clarksburg, West Virginia, and the second was in Butler, Pennsylvania, where I was an expert for the Office of the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Your Honor, under Rule 702, subject to inquiry by the defense, the state would move this witness be treated as an expert.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire of the proposed expert witness?
No, Your Honor, we accept her as an expert.
Very well. Dr. Krieger will be accepted by the court as an expert in her field.
Doctor, at the state's request, you reviewed some medical records and you drafted a report of your opinions and findings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You wrote one report dated April 13th, 2023, and it's 7 pages long. Is that right?
That is correct.
Since drafting that report, have you had anything brought to your attention that would cause you to make changes or amendments to your report?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves State 18 into evidence.
All right. Have you seen that, Mr. Selden?
I have, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States number 18 will be admitted into evidence.
Doctor, in preparation for your report, what records did you review?
I have a list of those records. Would you like me to read them?
I think that might be helpful, please.
I have records from the Charleston Area Medical Center, from Orthopedic and Spine Surgery Associates, the records of Dr. R. Patel, the records of the Raleigh General Hospital, West Virginia Controlled Substance Drug Log, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Lieutenant T.C. Bledsoe, interview of Stephanie Hamilton, STD tool-mark worksheet, and an autopsy report.
And that the autopsy report was from the State Medical Examiner's Office in West Virginia, is that correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, what's the cause of death of Michael Cochran, according to your review of the records?
Well, I'm not a cause of death expert since I'm an endocrinologist. My expertise is in hypoglycemia, but it appears that his death was related to hypoglycemia, which then produced cerebral edema.
And that's what I'd ask you, if you feel competent to do so. Can you explain what cerebral edema is?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't hear you well.
Sure. Can you explain to us what cerebral edema is?
Certainly. Cerebral edema is swelling of the brain cells, and that is usually caused by either not enough blood sugar going to the brain cells or not enough oxygen going to the brain cells.
In your report, you indicate a number of, well, for lack of a better word, pieces of information or tests that could have been performed at one point or another that would have helped you be more definitive in your assessment of the case. Could you explain to me what you meant by that?
Yes. When a person presents with a very low blood sugar, which we call hypoglycemia, there are very specific tests that should be done prior to the treatment of the low blood sugar. There are a list of tests. I can tell you each one specifically if you'd like.
Please.
But unfortunately, you would like me to? Okay. We do an insulin level, a C-peptide level, a pro-insulin level, a beta-hydroxybutyrate, a glycinide sulfonylurea screen. And those tests help us determine whether the low blood sugar was related to insulin or not, and where the insulin could have come from. The test needs to be done prior to the treatment of the low blood sugar.
In this case,
unfortunately, in this case, the tests were not performed. I can tell you that I've reviewed many cases, as I told you, of my prior experience, and it is close to zero in any of those cases that the tests were performed. And it's unfortunate because it really helps make a determination about the cause of the low blood sugar.
Okay, so there was a limit, as the state understands your testimony, doctor, there was a limited time during which those tests that you mentioned could have been performed that would have helped definitively determine the insulin issue.
That's right. The tests should have been performed on arrival at the emergency room when the other blood tests were performed, or as soon as it became evident that the blood sugar was extremely low.
And what's the impact of treatment? Had the treatment taken place and then those tests performed, what would have been the relationship between those two factors?
What happens is the treatment of low blood sugar is glucose or sugar. And when sugar is administered, it changes the results of some of the blood tests that we draw and makes them unhelpful.
Okay, so those tests were not performed. So what alternative means is there to determine the outcome or the impact of insulin or lack thereof?
In my prior experience with the other cases, and again in this case, the only thing left to do is to go through all the possible causes of low blood sugar and determine if they are credible or possible in this case.
And How many of them would there be?
There are many. I listed, I believe, 13. I left some possible causes out because they don't apply in adults, or because it was very clear from the history of this particular person that the causes would not apply, and I listed 13 causes.
Let's talk about those 13 causes, Doctor. Let's go through them, please, and your process of discussing them and ruling them in or out as a potential cause.
Of course. Okay. So the first one I listed, and it's in no particular order, but I'll just go through the way I listed them 2 years ago. That many patients who have diabetes are treated with medications that cause low blood sugar, and that's what we see most often. But the person we're talking about now did not have diabetes and was not taking any of those meds. End-stage liver failure, we call it hepatic failure, can cause low blood sugar because the liver is a good source of sugar for the body when someone is eating. And our patient here did not have any liver problems that would be considered end-stage liver problems. He had a minor abnormality of a couple of tests over many years that were not affecting him. End-stage kidney failure can cause a low blood sugar because the kidney makes blood sugar, oddly enough, and helps to hold blood sugar when people need it. And his kidney function was excellent. A very severe systemic infection, that means an infection that spreads from where it started into the bloodstream, can cause a low blood sugar, and we have no evidence of that. He didn't have a fever, so at the time that someone checked his his temperature at home, and he didn't have low blood pressure, which is associated with widely disseminated severe infection. He did receive an antibiotic prior to the test we do to check for systemic infection, but he received only one dose, and that dose would not likely have been enough to make that blood test negative, and it was negative when it was done at the next hospital. Very, very, very severe malnutrition can cause, rarely, but can cause a low blood sugar. But this gentleman was not malnourished. He had a normal body weight. In fact, he was interested in bodybuilding and was muscular. So that would not apply. Excess alcohol can cause it in a certain particular circumstance. It can cause it when someone drinks a lot of alcohol and then doesn't eat. That has to do with how alcohol works in the liver, that it suppresses one way of making sugar, but not the other. So if someone drinks a lot and doesn't eat for a few days, we can see low blood sugar. And we don't have evidence of that. We don't have a history of alcohol use. His alcohol level was undetectable, and that's not an issue. An insufficiency of the adrenal gland can cause low blood sugar, rarely in adults, mainly in children, but it can. And we don't have any evidence that this person had a problem with his adrenal. It was working very well. He was on a nasal steroid, which sometimes it's used in very high amounts, could possibly suppress his adrenal gland, but that wouldn't be operative in him. And those steroids are not strong enough to cause adrenal insufficiency. Sometimes medications unrelated to diabetes can cause low blood sugar, but there are very, very few that are really believable. I made a list of the medicines he said he was taking. One of those on the list, I subsequently learned, was not what he was taking. He was thought he was taking something called enclomiphene, which people may have heard of as a fertility drug. Sometimes it's used in males to help increase testosterone. He thought he was taking that, but he was actually taking letrozole, which is a medicine that is used in breast cancer patients to stop male hormones from converting to female hormones, and downstream that tells the body to make more testosterone. So that doesn't have an effect on blood sugar. He was maybe taking a seizure medicine. It's not clear if he was taking it because that's not associated with blood sugar problems. He was taking pseudoephedrine. If anything, pseudoephedrine would raise the blood sugar, but it doesn't cause low blood sugar. He was taking an asthma medication and some inhaled antihistamine, and again, those do not cause low blood sugar. A malignancy is another cause. Malignancy, that means cancer, is another cause of low blood sugar when it's widely spread and very end stage. And it's not very common, and we had no evidence of that in this healthy young man. There is a tumor of the pancreas. It's called an insulinoma. Oma means tumor, making insulin. And those are rare. I've seen a number of them. They tend to present over time. Someone has complaints over months to years when the blood sugar is found to be low, and they're relatively easy to treat. They don't they're not what we call refractory, meaning hard to treat, where you have to give a lot of sugar to bring the sugar up. So it would be very, very unlikely that he would have had an insulinoma. The next item, number 11, is a very, very rare situation where there's no insulinoma, but the body acts like there is one. And we see this most often in people who have had gastric bypass surgery. And he did not. So that would be highly unlikely. Finally, or not finally, near finally, there is what we call the factitious use of medications that cause low blood sugar, where someone takes them, call for attention, call for help. We don't know why that happens. And they're pills. Those pills rarely, some of them are very weak and don't cause low blood sugar. Some of them are stronger and can cause low blood sugar, but they don't cause a low potassium, which we'll talk about later. And our patient here had a low potassium. Finally, antibodies to insulin can cause a low blood sugar. It's been rarely reported in Caucasians. It's mainly reported in Asian countries and in patients with autoimmune problems. And our patient here did not have autoimmune problems. There was a small amount, or we don't know how much, the urine screen for benzodiazepine, which is a tranquilizer, was found in his urine. Usually when that's found, we need to have a blood test to follow up on how much and what it could be, but that wasn't done. There have been some reports of low blood sugar with that medicine. I looked at them carefully. There was a paper from Iran that said that people who came in with overdose of benzodiazepine had lower sugar than those who had other reasons for symptoms. And interestingly, in that paper, they didn't tell us what the blood sugar was. They didn't say how low the blood sugar was. Another paper by those same authors reporting something similar showed blood sugars in the 80s. And we generally define low blood sugar as less than 55. So I'm not sure if that information is quite believable, and it's not in the mainstream of the list of medicines that cause low blood sugar. Some antibiotics we know can cause low blood sugar. He did not receive any of those that we're aware of.
Doctor, you indicated you had the records from Raleigh General Hospital from his admission on February 6th of 2019. Did you see in there the blood glucose level that Raleigh General's testing detected?
Yes.
What was it?
21.
21. What's the clinical significance of a 21 blood glucose level?
I would call that a profoundly low blood sugar. Very, very low, which we rarely see. And it's at the magnitude that we were seeing in the cases that I reviewed in the other two series that I told you about, where it's extremely low. I would say that, for me, it's a big call to attention. What is this about? Why is this sugar so low?
But as you've already indicated, even though that calls your attention to it, it did not at Raleigh General Hospital, and none of the testing that you've suggested was performed.
That's correct.
What is the impact on blood glucose of skipping meals?
I'm sorry, I lost the last part of your question.
What is the impact on blood glucose of skipping meals?
A normal person will not have a low blood sugar if he or she skips a meal. The only time that would happen in a normal person is maybe someone treated with insulin for diabetes or with another medication that causes insulin to be produced for diabetes, and then they don't eat. Yes, we can see a low blood sugar, but a non-diabetic person who doesn't eat will have a normal liver response and produce enough sugar to keep the sugar in the normal range. Our bodies are designed to maintain normal blood sugar, and skipping a meal will not cause a low blood sugar in a normal person.
What's the impact of alcohol abuse on blood glucose?
As I said earlier, when someone has a big binge of alcohol and then doesn't eat, that combination is required to cause low blood sugar. If you have an alcohol binge and eat, it's not going to happen.
You mentioned that you found significance in the potassium level of Mr. Cochran at Raleigh General Hospital. Can you expand on that, please?
Yes. There are very few causes of low potassium. Let's go through them. If someone has severe diarrhea, they can lose potassium. If someone has very significant vomiting, copious tons of vomiting over and over and over for a long period of time, they can lose potassium. If someone is taking a diuretic that wastes potassium in the urine, they can have a low potassium. If someone has too much cortisol production over a long period of time by a tumor in either the adrenal or the pituitary, they could have low potassium. Or really more the adrenal, not the pituitary. But another cause of low potassium is a high dose of insulin. In fact, for years we were treating high potassium with a combination of insulin and sugar. The reason is insulin drives sugar into the cell, and at the same time, it drives potassium into the cell. So it takes it out of the bloodstream and makes the potassium low. And as I told you, I had reviewed a lot of cases of insulin, people who had received a high doses of insulin in West Virginia and in Pennsylvania, and a good number of them also had low potassium for no other reason that we could determine.
Doctor, you also mentioned at Raleigh General there was a detection of benzodiazepine in Mr. Cochran's body. How did Raleigh General determine that?
They did a urine screen, which is a first step. And it's usually followed by a blood test, but that was not performed.
In this case, did the urine screen tell you the amount of the benzodiazepines in Mr. Cochran's system?
No, it doesn't tell us the amount, and it doesn't even tell us when he might have taken it.
Can you expand on that,
Days
please?
before.
I'm sorry?
The urine screen could be positive for a number of days after someone's taken a benzodiazepine.
And Doctor, what is the impact of taking insulin if you're a non-diabetic and a basically healthy person and they receive insulin? What's the impact of that?
A healthy person who receives insulin, certainly a significant amount, will have a low blood sugar reaction because their own pancreas makes enough insulin that they don't need it, and it will drive the sugar down.
Is there any way to tell in retrospect how much insulin it would have taken for Michael Cochran's blood glucose level to be at 21?
No, but it was likely a fair amount, enough to drive the potassium down and to lower the sugar to that very, very low level. The kind of studies that are done about how insulin works and how much is needed are done in first normal volunteers to see what the time course of action is of the insulin. And those patients are given the insulin and they're also given sugar back so they don't get sick from low blood sugar. And in patients with diabetes, we give a variety of doses depending on their needs. So we don't really have data. No one is experimenting with giving very large doses of insulin to normal people because they don't need it. And there's not a reason for us to know about
that. The result of a blood glucose level of 21 at Raleigh General Hospital, would that be the expected result if Mr. Cochran had been given insulin that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Krieger. I'm Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for Natalie Cochran.
Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, how did you learn of this case and who hired you?
I received a call sometime in 2022, probably, from Mr. Hatfield.
Who was the prosecuting attorney at that time, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Did Mr. Hatfield hire you on behalf of the prosecutor's office and the state of West Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And they are paying your fee, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just a few preliminary questions. Why does the body need blood sugar?
We need blood sugar to fuel our cells to do all the work of staying alive. The brain needs blood sugar to work. The muscles need it. It's the engine of life.
And how does blood sugar work in the body?
What do you mean?
What's the source of blood sugar in the body, and how does it affect the body? How does it work in the body?
Food is the source of blood sugar, but it is also a deposit of substances in the liver and the muscles to keep the blood sugar normal when we're not eating. After all, people sleep for 8 or 10 hours. They might not eat for 12 hours, yet the blood sugar is maintained.
Excuse me, doctor. I asked you, just a moment, Dr. Krieger. I asked, how does sugar work in the body?
It fuels the metabolism.
What is hypoglycemia?
Hypoglycemia means low blood sugar, usually defined as less than 55.
And how do you come up with that figure? Because the information I have is that in a 38-year-old male like Michael Cochran, low blood sugar is defined as less than 70 milligrams per deciliter, not 55.
Well, like in many definitions, there are all sorts of sources that you might read, but the conventional level that I'm aware of from my reading and teaching is 55. 70 is what we might refer to below 70. Some of the hormones might change in response to what the body might think is a falling blood sugar, but 70 is not defined as low blood sugar.
Is there any specific number or measure of blood sugar in a 38-year-old male Caucasian? What's the range of, quote, normal, unquote?
Well, that changes over time. You know, these types of things are not fixed. Usually 80 to 100. Diabetes begins at 125, and pre-diabetes begins at 100. These are fasting levels.
Okay, so
levels will go up after meals.
all right, so from that answer, you said 80 and up, and then you talked about diabetes. So 70 actually would be low blood sugar level in a 38-year-old male Caucasian, correct?
No.
It's not
Correct.
okay. It's not within the normal limits that you just said. You said 80 to an upper number of 100, 120, something like that, right?
But 70 is not considered hypoglycemia.
All right.
Or low. I look at hundreds of laboratory reports a week, and I would not pay attention to 70 in a healthy person.
All right. Let me move on. It's been suggested or alleged that Michael Cochran on February 6th of 2019 got an injection of insulin on that day. Now, they're referencing a specific type of insulin, Humalog Lispro insulin. That is what we call a fast-acting type of insulin. Isn't that correct?
Humalog or Lispro is a fast-acting insulin.
Right.
Yes.
And if an injection of Lispro Humalog insulin is injected in a person, it takes approximately 15 minutes for it to start to work. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So if someone was injected with this specific type of insulin, they wouldn't just drop to the ground unconscious immediately. It would take some time for it to act. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, this particular type of insulin works over a specified period of time. And that time period, when it's active or working in the body, is approximately 3 to 4 hours. Isn't that correct?
Well, that varies.
Is that not a
That
good...
can depend.
Let me clarify. It works for, at most, 4 to 5 hours in the body. Isn't that correct? Under normal circumstances.
Under normal circumstances, but at high doses, it could last considerably longer.
What do you consider a high dose? Let me clarify that. If a 10 milliliter bottle of insulin was injected into a normal person, approximately how long would it be active in the body?
Well, that's a huge amount of insulin, and we can't know how long it would be active, but we do know that massive doses and very high doses last a lot longer than conventional doses.
But you don't know how long that lasts, right?
No one knows because no one would study that. It's not done in healthy people, and we wouldn't need to know that. So there's no information about that. But we do know that higher doses last longer.
Is there any definitive information that says human Lispro insulin injected into the body works any longer than 7 hours, no matter what the dosage is?
We don't have that information.
Okay.
But we don't know how many doses he got, how many injections he got.
You've answered my question. Thank you. Now, I believe you said that you recognized that a urine toxicology test was done on Michael Cochran when he was admitted on February 6, 2019 to the hospital, and that test was positive for benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And this urine toxicology test or report could not tell you the identity or the blood level of benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And we don't know the source of those benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that benzodiazepines can cause low blood sugar and hypoglycemia?
That's been reported, but as I said earlier, the reports are vague. They don't list the blood sugar levels. And in one paper that reports it, the blood sugar is listed in the 80s as average. So that is not
Okay.
clearly, it has not been clearly established.
So are you saying that benzodiazepines in someone can't cause low blood sugar?
I'm saying that we don't have a lot of information supporting that, and the information we do have is quite weak, as it is with a lot of other medicines that have been linked with hypoglycemia.
All right, let me move on to another question. Are you aware that a drug overdose of benzodiazepines could cause what they call hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy with cerebral edema, which we'll call HIE?
No.
You're not aware that benzodiazepines can cause that condition, which includes cerebral edema?
No, I'm not.
Well, I would submit to you that HIE with cerebral edema is a condition that's essentially irreversible brain damage caused by a lack of oxygen to the brain with brain fluid on the brain, right? Isn't that the definition of HIE with edema?
I can't comment since it's not a condition I'm familiar with, and I'm not a neurologist or expert in that topic.
So you don't know, correct?
Yes.
Is hypoglycemia the only cause for cerebral edema? Because you talk about cerebral edema in your testimony previously.
No, it is not.
Okay. Isn't it true that other causes of cerebral edema include drug overdose, brain cancer, tumors, high altitude carbon monoxide poisoning, trauma, systemic infection, encephalitis, and hepatic encephalopathy?
That sounds like a reasonable list, none of which we know he has.
I didn't ask you that. You don't know if he had a drug overdose or not, correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't this cerebral edema, and again, that's fluid on the brain, from these other causes appear the same on a CT scan?
Yes. The brain tumor might not appear the same, because that would be localized.
Okay, but these other causes could appear on a CT scan, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And that CT scan shows brain damage. That's the reason to do a CT scan, right?
the reason to do the CT scan in his case was that he had an altered consciousness.
And altered consciousness could mean he had damage to his brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. And a CT scan doesn't tell you the cause of cerebral edema, correct?
Yes.
So to sum up these questions, Michael Cochran's cerebral edema, which was diagnosed, and might be the cause of his brain problems and ultimate brain death, isn't solely caused by hypoglycemia. Isn't that correct?
Well, you're asking me about Michael Cochran. I think the question I can answer is hypoglycemia is not the only cause of cerebral edema.
Okay, that's sufficient. You comment in your report that there were no other abnormalities to cause Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Did you not see Michael Cochran's extremely elevated white blood cell count, which was above 17,000?
I did see that,
Okay,
and that can be
that's all I asked you. And for the jury's information, white blood cells in the body fight infections and toxins and things of that sort. Isn't that correct? That's one of their functions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and they can be raised by a number of things. Not
Okay,
only
and that wasn't my question. My question was, one of their function is to fight infection. And you answered that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the report in the emergency room that included infection for which he was given intravenous antibiotics?
He received one dose of an intravenous antibiotics because they were
Okay,
worried about
I just
aspiration
asked
pneumonia.
I just asked you if you saw the report that says he was given intravenous antibiotics, and your answer is yes. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, an infection in the body can cause low blood sugar levels as well as insulin. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I want to review my notes very quickly.
All right.
Michael Cochran was admitted to the hospital on February 6th of 2019, and he received treatment at Raleigh General and CAMC in Charleston for approximately 5 days when he was discharged on February 11th of 2019 to hospice care. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And during that whole time, with doctors treating him, doing various tests, going through everything to try and figure out what his problems were, there was no suspicion of insulin in his body, and they didn't do any testing to definitively decide that. Isn't that correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to discuss Michael Cochran's glucose or blood level or blood sugar levels from the time he was admitted on February 6th of 2019 at approximately 12 noon. And I have an exhibit, which I would like marked as defendant's next numbered exhibit.
He was not admitted at 12 noon, just to be correct.
I didn't say 12 noon. I just said he was admitted. Okay.
This is defendant's exhibit number 10, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And I have previously given a copy to.
All right.
I'd like to put it on this viewer if possible, and I'm not real adept at that, so I could use some assistance.
All right. I'll ask the bailiff to assist. We may not be able to do that, Mr. Selden, because I think we're using that device to project Dr. Krieger.
Is there any way I can project this onto the screen so the jury can see it?
We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. We'll have to pass it from one juror to another.
Why can't we just slide this aside and use the viewer?
We can try. See what happens.
Because I'm going to be referring to specifics in this, and passing it from one jury to the other would probably take forever.
All right.
Set it here. I should have this. Your Honor, there was a suggestion by my co-counsel that perhaps we could take a break, make multiple copies of this to distribute to the jury so they can refer to it.
All right. That sounds like a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for us to take our break. You may be getting tired of donuts at this juncture. You've eaten a lot of them, and the leftovers I usually eat. So it's bad whenever you leave a whole bunch of them. If you would like to have a different type of treat, tell the bailiff and we will accommodate. We want your experience to be meaningful, and we will treat you like veritable kings and queens. We will try to accommodate your wishes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes, and hopefully we'll have the technology straightened out by the time you come back. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
Judge, we would like some donuts too. I would never complain about having too many donuts. Like I'll eat the donuts that the jury doesn't want. I was like 2 day or 2 day old donuts are not the best, but hey, it's donuts. It's free donuts. I'm not gonna complain. So I like this courtroom. This.
All right, Dr. Krieger, just hang in there if you would. We're taking a break while we work with this confounded technology some more and try to get some things straightened out. If you need to a comfort break or visit the restroom or a glass of water, that would be fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we'll take a break, and hopefully the masterful minds can help us with the technology.
Yeah, I want some donuts or some pastries there, Judge, because our chat has been visit restroom. Yeah, that is. Our chat has been talking a lot about food, and now I am hungry. My sweets are finishing, and I don't have backup sweets, or candy, and I need it because I need to stay awake. Points from this witness. I don't speak English because I've not paid 100% attention to her because we've been talking so much in the chat. The chat has been great today. It's always great, but yeah. So we're just talking, and I did some notes. She's a doctor in endro something because I can't say that word. So she basically deals with medical glands and the insulin and stuff like that. She did review the medical records, talked about a bit of the cause of death, but she was not an expert, so she can't divulge on that. Um, and that was basically my notes. Because then we got to talk about food, and when someone says food, Katya goes, TCA goes. So yeah, that is not good. But this attorney, the not the I think his name is Victor, the Polish attorney, he is all right. But now the other one comes off a little bit of as a, I don't want to say rude, but I want to say rude as well, because he sometimes, like, he asks a question, the to sometimes to explain something out of, what what the witness is talking about, specifically this doctor. You have to give a little bit of backstory, but if the witness gives a little bit of a backstory, this attorney just interrupts straight away. It's like, oh, that's not what I asked. It doesn't give them the latency to reply to the question, because it's not every question is a simple yes or no question. You have to give a bit of information, especially if you are an expert. You are qualified to give your opinion on something that you know very well about, that you've been qualified as an expert. But it doesn't just let them talk. It's just, you can't be a yes or no, sir. It's, sometimes it's yes, but, and then a million things, or a million things and then yes, kind of to explain to the jury why that person is an expert. You'll have to let them talk. So, but that's just my wild opinion, and why I'm talking right now. They took the break at the wrong time. They should have taken this break earlier, because now I sadly don't have time to talk, because I want to talk. But I have a hearing that I do need to attend in 5 minutes, and I need to log on Zoom. So I will still be in chat, and I brought this in chat as well. But I am gonna be not talking now, sadly, for this break. But I'm hoping to be back on the next break, which probably will be the lunch hour already, and we go from there. My apologies. I'm just gonna have to mute and turn off my camera for the hearing. My apologies again. Right, very quickly. I'm just waiting on a hearing. So I just joined on Zoom, and the Zoom got in, and my camera was on, and my camera was on, and this mic was muted. So the court heard me talking to Nightbot all my days. But embarrassing. I very quickly turned it off. And I was like, no, 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 just don't. I am so embarrassed. Oh my days, only me to cause havoc in the courtroom, like thousands of miles away from where I am actually. All my days. I'll leave you going back to it. So sorry, I don't want to give you a scare every time I start talking because the hearing hasn't started yet, but you guys will laugh even more about exactly what I said. To open court. So I was telling Nightbot to take out something out of the freezer for our dinner tonight, and we're having chicken. So I said to Nightbot saying, "Oh, we just need one chicken breast because we're doing with something else." And court heard just the breast part. So I'll go and hide myself for all the rest of eternity because now that is out there. don't be scared, people. I'm talking. Both courts are having issues with technology. The one in Idaho now is stopped because they're having an issue, I think, with some technology or whatever. This one, the case that we're watching, is also having issue to with technology. That's why we're kind of having like an extended donut break. And it's just like, come on, it was like the courts don't like to have a 3-day weekend to where things don't work. Sorry if you hear something in the background, is because I'm in the hearing and I can't fully mute it. um but it's just, I just find it funny that all the courts are having issues. I think it's Monday after all, technically. Well, not technically, but you know what I mean. It's Monday in the sense of it's the first day back after a long weekend of, yeah. I think so. I think that is very true. Someone definitely needs to start doing that, Lewis. I completely agree with you. Because scored audio, and because all like, and I'm not saying the American courts are old, please don't come after me. I'm just saying that they all need updating, they need a refreshing. I am sure that the UK ones and even the Portuguese ones, they need a lot of TLC and then a lot of updating, because they are courts, they are very good in terms of the audio and technology and everything, but there's other ones that are lacking a little bit in that aspect. But apparently, from what I've heard from Denise, in that case, the Melissa Columpet, she is not gonna plead guilty. She is gonna go. I think apparently, from my very trusty source, she is gonna wanting to go to trial, and the trial can be early as next month. So, but the thing is, I want to cover that trial, but the timing of that trial, hours of the trial, it's going to be a bit harder. But I will speak with Nightbot about it and see what we can come up with, because in Idaho right now it's about 8:30 to 9 in the morning, which for me is almost, it's at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is most throughout the most of the afternoon, which I would not do the rest of the stream because of my work situation and everything. But let me talk to yeah, okay, that could be a great idea. Could do a summary of the trial, daily summary. Could try that, or I will speak with Nightbot and see what he thinks. If he wants to carry on the, the stream that I can't. Oh, my court is back. The hearing is back. I'll be right back. don't get scared, people. I need to start saying that. So the hearing is over. Um, I can spoil it as well. It's fine because it's not going to be really anywhere else. So that she was supposed to agree to a plea deal today, and because I think that the state has offered a plea deal. We don't know any details about the plea deal, and then but she rejected. She wants to go to trial. So a last minute, she changed her mind, and now she is going to go in a trial. Trial is going to probably be in about 5 to 6 months, because now that the state has to like do all the testing and everything else, they need to do new subpoenas and everything, so it's going to take more time. They do have I think it was very dumb move on her part. She could have been done and over with. Now she's more in trouble, but hey, more content for us, lol. I'm joking. Oh, I forgot to turn on the camera. Hang on. Oh no. Hello, I'm back. I was just like not turning the camera back. Um, so basically, has another hearing at the end of this month on the 28th, basically a week from today. She has another hearing. Same, everything is going to be on Zoom, and it's going to be like a status conference. It's going to be to talk about how long they need for the trial, talking about scheduling and everything. So that's basically it. We don't know the date yet, so it's gonna be it's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be next week that we're gonna get more information about this case. Our court watcher Denise, she is probably gonna try to get any documents that she can for our lovely Discord. I will put again the Discord link on the chat. Just make sure you follow, because he has all the documents for this kind of cases, and it's a great place for information. So now we're still waiting on them to come back. Wow, I did a whole hearing in the break. That was kind of good, kind of bad. Kind of bad because I wanted to talk to you guys while on break, but kind of good because I did not lose anything from our trial for the hearing. It was kind of perfect. It would be even more perfect if I had a donut, but I don't, sadly. Yeah. So we're just waiting more on them. I think I can. Oh yeah, no worries. Oh, I can imagine that. So okay, no worries. Toxic. I'll see you very very soon. So we're just waiting on them to carry on with this. I think we might be close of um being over with this cross examination from the defense to this witness, and hopefully we can move on to other witnesses to carry on with the trial, because yeah, we need to move on, but they like to take their time, especially this attorney. He does asks questions rather in a slow mode, I want to say. Let me just double check that the feed is all good and it's all there. So yeah, sorry, just trying to check on something, trying to see if something has been done on change or not, but that no, it's fine. So yeah, so I think I don't know how long this trial is gonna be. I've been trying to search, but we are on day 4 of this trial, so I would imagine same length about the defamation one, so about 7-8 days. I don't see them going for much longer, and court is back. See, things have a great way to work.
Okay, you can be seated, Doctor. You're still with us?
I am.
Did you receive an email copy of a document?
I did, and I printed it out.
All right, good deal. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Only one, Judge.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kubicek will be on for a Teams meeting at 1:30 this afternoon in terms of plotting strategy.
Okay. Do you happen to have a witness in the meantime?
We do.
Okay, good. Anything from the defense?
No,
Mr.
Your
Sutton.
Honor.
Bring in the jury, please, Bailiff. All right, members of the jury, you will see that you have a document in your seat. That is the document that has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 10. We will presumably find out more about that matter shortly, and you can follow along in terms of the testimony. Please continue, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we get to Defendant's Exhibit number 10, I'd like the jury just to set that aside for a moment. I have a couple of questions before we get into it.
Go ahead.
Now, Dr. Krieger, it's been alleged that Michael Cochran took a variety of supplements, substances, or other undeclared medications. And because they've been undeclared, you don't have any idea what he was taking or what effect it had on his body. Wouldn't that be a fair question?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you reviewed one autopsy report. Was that right?
Yes, prior to my writing of my 2023 report, yes.
Okay. Was that Dr. Kubitschek's report? He's the medical examiner for West Virginia. Is that the report you reviewed? Yes.
Yes.
Did you note in his conclusions that he said the cause of death and the manner of death was undetermined? Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to turn to Defendant's Exhibit number 10, which the jury has copies of. And you have a copy of that as well, Dr. Krieger, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the top, it says, with a double asterisk, alleged event is approximately 12 p.m. on February 6, 2019. What that is referring to is that there's an approximation of what time Natalie Cochran, if at any time, she injected Michael Cochran with insulin. That's all that means. And we don't have an exact time. It just says approximate time, 12 p.m. Do you note that at the top?
I see that.
Okay. Because there is no actual witness to Natalie Cochran injecting Michael Cochran on February the 6th of 2019 with anything. We don't have a witness who's going to state that. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also at the top, there is a note that says hypoglycemia is sugar, meaning blood sugar, less than 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes. That's up for debate. You said under 55, I believe. Is that right?
That's right. The reason I said that is that when we do testing.
I don't need you to go into any detail. I'm just clarifying what your statement was. Okay? Thank you. Now, this is a chart that has the date and time of testing for blood glucose in Michael Cochran. First column is the date and the time, and unfortunately it's military time, but I'll go through that. The second column is the blood glucose level. The third column is the hours since the alleged event. Again, the alleged event is suspected injection of Michael Cochran with insulin. And the fourth column is it says, was Lispro active in his body? Lispro is the Humalog insulin alleged to be the subject of all of this controversy. Okay? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. And I hope it's clear to the jury. I'll move on. The first entry is February 6th, 2019, the date when Michael Cochran was first admitted to the hospital. And it says 2020, which is 8:20 p.m. Do you note that?
Yes.
Okay. The second column says that his blood glucose level was 21. Now, you've made a lot of comments about that. That's extremely low by anybody's calculation, right?
Yes.
Okay. The third column says that the time frame of the taking of that level is 8 hours and 20 minutes after the time Michael was supposed to be injected. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your testimony that the insulin, Humalog, Lispro, insulin, alleged in the case, could still be active in Michael's body 8 hours and 20 minutes after alleged injection?
It's possible if a very high dose was used or if additional doses were given.
I'm talking about a singular injection of Humalog insulin. Would a singular injection, no matter the quantity, the volume, still be active and causing effects in Michael Cochran's body 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection?
The quantity and volume does matter.
Is it your testimony that the Humalog insulin could still be active in Michael Cochran's body 8 hours and 20 minutes later? Irregardless of the volume, I'm talking about a single injection. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Second column. It's dated February 7th, 2019. That's the next day after Michael's in the hospital. It's 23, which is 12:23 a.m. The blood glucose level isn't available. The third column says 12 hours and 23 minutes after alleged injection of a single dose. Is it your testimony that Lispro, Humalog insulin can still be active in Michael Cochran's body?
Well, there's no additional hypoglycemia except a finger stick further down in the list. So
I'm just asking you, is it your testimony? And I don't care about the blood glucose level. I'm asking, can this type of insulin still be active in Michael Cochran's body 12 hours and 23 minutes later?
It's unlikely.
Okay. So the subsequent tests, well, let me go on. February 7th, 2019, 12:28 a.m. We don't know the blood glucose level. It's now 12 hours and 28 minutes. Is it still your testimony that the insulin is unlikely to be active in Michael's body at this time?
If only one injection were given at that time, yes.
Okay. Now, the next entry is February 7th of 2019. It's 12:33 a.m. Now, Michael's blood glucose is on the rise. It's going up. It's all the way up to 63, 12 hours and 33 minutes later. Now, isn't it true that if there was a single injection and given this level, the insulin's no longer active?
It's likely that it's not a single injection, and
Okay.
the blood sugar is not low there.
That's all I asked you. Next entry, February 7th, 1:55 a.m. Blood glucose is on the rise. It's all the way up to 80, 13 hours and 55 minutes. The Lispro insulin's not active anymore, right?
Correct.
Okay. February 7th, 2:17 a.m. Now his blood glucose is all the way up to 187, 14 hours and 17 minutes later. Lispro insulin, not active, cannot cause that reaction, correct?
Well, high blood sugar would be caused by insulin anyway, but yes.
And we don't know what time. They're doing things to try and raise Michael Cochran's glucose level. They gave him an injection of dextrose D50 at the emergency room. That is an attempt to raise his blood glucose levels, correct?
Yes.
Right. And it's taking effect. It's working. His blood glucose levels are going up, right?
Yes.
Okay. February 7th, 5:13 a.m. His blood glucose now drops all the way down to 44. 17 hours and 13 minutes later. How do you account for that?
Well, that one could be an outlier because that one was done by finger stick, not by blood, by finger prick. And for my review of the record, I didn't see that anything was done in response to that. And then the next one, shortly thereafter.
I just asked you. I just asked your
She's trying to answer the
explanation.
question, Mr. Selden. Let her go ahead.
Okay.
You may continue, Ms. Dr. Gregory.
Thank you. What I was saying is that the finger stick at 44, according to my review of the record, did not receive any action. So there was nothing given in response to that. And a short time later, the sugar was normal again. So I don't really know if that has much meaning.
Okay. But you can say, since it's 17 hours and 13 minutes after the alleged injection of insulin, that insulin is not working in Michael's body at this time, correct?
His own insulin is likely working, but an injection given at noon would not likely be working.
Okay, I'm just asking about the single injection given at noon on February 6th. That's all these questions are directed at, okay?
Yes.
All right. At 6:22 a.m. on February 7th, his insulin's on the rise again. It's up to 95, and that's within normal range according to your testimony. Isn't that right?
Yes, not insulin, glucose. But
Glucose, sorry. Okay. 18 hours, 27 minutes later, insulin not active in his body, correct?
Yes, and that's from a noon
Okay.
injection, yes.
Now, I'm not going to go through the other entries. I'm sure the jury appreciates that. But Michael's blood glucose levels are back on the rise, and now they're all the way up into at least normal range, and there's no activity or effect from a single injection of Humalog Lispro insulin alleged to have been given at approximately noon on February 6th. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're done with that exhibit for now.
All right, I'll ask the bailiff to collect the copies. All right.
Now, in your review of all of the records and everything you reviewed in this case, it has been alleged that Michael Cochran was using undeclared supplements or substances or other medications, and because it's not clearly in the records, you wouldn't have any idea what he was taking or its effects on his body. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Yes.
You state in your report in the conclusions, in summary, that Michael Cochran's, quote, hypoglycemia due to insulin administration is a strong possibility. So from that statement, you cannot say that insulin was the one and only factor that caused Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Isn't that correct?
It's the only credible explanation since none of the other explanations work.
I didn't ask you if it was credible. I said you cannot say it's the one and only. You're only stating it's a strong possibility, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To what degree of medical certainty is a strong possibility? What is that?
That's not quantified.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Honor. Doctor, this started off some time ago by asking who is paying you to be here today, and you responded that the state. Would the fact that the state's paying you cause you to alter your testimony or your opinions in any manner?
No.
Defendant's 10. Doctor, defendant's exhibit number 10, which was a document emailed to you while we were on a break, that's based on some assumptions that there was a single dose at noon. There is nothing in States 10 that would eliminate the possibility of multiple injections of insulin, is there?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not the facts and evidence.
Overruled.
You can answer, Doctor, please.
Yes. It's very likely that there was another injection or another type of insulin in addition or to the Lispro.
There was some discussion about benzodiazepines and Michael Cochran. Is there anything in the records that would cause you to believe that that would be responsible for his low blood glucose level?
No, and in fact, an allergy to a benzodiazepine was noted in his record. When we have a patient who has an allergy to one benzodiazepine, we caution them not to have others. So I don't know how to reconcile all of that, what the allergy was about, and whether he would have why he would have taken that medication.
One theory presented to you by the defense was that it might have, his blood glucose level may have dropped because of a drug overdose. Is there any evidence whatsoever that Michael Cochran overdosed on any drug other than insulin?
No.
There was also the matter of the high white blood count. And you started to address that issue and you were stopped. So let me give you the opportunity to explain the treatment and the end result of the high white blood count.
Yes. Well, it is true that we see a high white blood cell count with infection. It's not the only cause. When blood sugar goes extremely low, other hormones rise, and those hormones, particularly cortisol, will cause white blood cells to look high. We see this a lot in patients who have excess cortisol for other reasons, and that's a possible explanation. Since there was no evidence for infection, he didn't have a fever, he didn't have a low blood pressure. I'm talking about enormous infection that would cause a low blood sugar. Fever, no low blood pressure, no evidence of infection on exam, and a negative blood culture after the single dose of antibiotic that would not have tamed a rip-roaring infection bad enough to cause a low blood sugar.
How would you expect a non-diabetic person to physically react if they were given insulin? What kind of symptoms would you expect to see?
There's a cascade of events that occur. As the sugar begins to drop, people feel sweaty, shaky, they can have pounding in their chest, palpitations, we call it. We can have, people then can proceed to seizure, to coma, which is from the brain cell edema that we've talked about. So that's the cascade from hunger, shakiness, sweating, pounding in the chest, to seizure, coma.
You had indicated that 55 was the number you considered to be a low blood glucose. Can you expand on that a little bit, please?
Yes. In the testing we do when we are trying to figure out why someone has a low blood sugar, and we can't explain it yet, we use 55 as the cutoff, and we don't do the extra testing until the blood sugar is less than 55 when there are symptoms, less than 45 when there are no symptoms. So 55 is our cutoff for the testing.
Okay. When Michael Cochran went to Raleigh General and his blood glucose was measured at 21, and this may be out of your field, and if so, just say so, but had the damage already been done by that time?
Well, the brain edema had already started, yes.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Recross Mr. Selden.
Need to approach the bench.
All right.
All right, sorry. So I was typing in chat apparently I can't do both things at the same time. So I understand like the point of view of the defense that what is trying to go across, but it's not getting his way. I don't think I don't think it did a mediocre job. It still angers me a lot. I don't like this lovely gentleman. It just comes across very rude to the witness. Like even the judge had to admonish him to let the witness finish talking because he was not letting the finish talking. Because like I said before, it's not like a yes or no answer with an expert that they might need to explain things because they are the expert in that field and they have been brought by the prosecution or by the defense team for a reason. And I am never gonna get used to her walking up to the sidebar things. I let not get me started on that one. Yeah. Oh yeah, it is, but for sure, Lois,
All right,
that's for sure.
Further questions, Mr. Selden?
Thank you, Your Honor. There's been testimony throughout this trial that Natalie Cochran allegedly injected Michael Cochran sometime around noon when he collapsed. Then there were people constantly checking. There were people constantly in and out of the house, numerous witnesses, people coming over, staying with Natalie, checking on Michael. So, and then Michael goes into the hospital at approximately 8 p.m. And he's in the hospital from February 6th of 2019 through and including February 10th or 11th when he goes to the hospice and passes away. When would there be an opportunity for Natalie Cochran to inject him multiple times given those facts?
Objection. That's beyond the scope of an endocrinologist's expertise.
Sustained.
From a scientific point, based on the records which note Michael's glucose levels, etc., when would additional injections occur to have the result of altering blood glucose levels, etc.? We went all through that chart of the extensive testing and recording of his blood glucose levels from approximately 8 p.m. on February 6th through his stay at the hospital. Scientific evidence, when would an injection of insulin have occurred to have those results?
You're asking me to speculate.
I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm asking you, given the scientific medical evidence of blood glucose levels February 6th through his stay, like every 15 minutes, every half hour, when would those scientific information show another injection of insulin?
Well, we really have to explain the 21 because the other one, there's only one low, and that's finger stick that wasn't treated and normalized without treatment. So it's really explaining the 21.
Okay, and the 21 was recorded initially or stated initially by a supposed witness, Ms. Hamilton. She's the one that said it was 21 when Michael was admitted to the hospital approximately 8 p.m. Do you recall that?
Wait a minute.
No, that was the
Wait,
plumber.
objection.
Just wait a minute, doctor. Go ahead, Mr.
That
Truman.
wasn't the testimony. That came from Raleigh General 21, not Stephanie Hamilton.
All right.
This is a misleading question.
I'll withdraw it and I'll stand corrected.
Okay.
The 21 was when he was admitted to Raleigh General Hospital, approximately 8 p.m. When would Natalie Cochran have an opportunity to inject him to cause that decrease in glucose?
Again, I would have to speculate, but sometime later in that afternoon.
The prosecutor asked you on redirect about the white blood cell count. And the simple explanation of that is we don't know the cause of the extreme elevation of the white blood cells. Isn't that correct?
No, there are certainly hypotheses that can be rendered, including.
Well, we don't, just a moment, we don't actually know. There weren't any definitive tests that would account for the elevated white blood cell count. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Very well.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Truman, anything further?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Is there any reason to hold this witness at all?
Not so far as the state's concerned.
Any reason from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you.
Have we terminated the telephone call? Okay. We're squared away and ready for the next witness to be called, Mr. Truman.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state called Earl Gleam to stand.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there. All right, Ms. Acord.
Sir, can you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Earl Gleam. First name is spelled E-A-R-L. Last name is Gleam, G-L-I-E-M.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a physical scientist, forensic examiner, working in the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit of the FBI Laboratory located in Quantico, Virginia.
Where did you attend school?
I attended school at West Virginia University. I received a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences there. And more recently, I've completed a Master's of Science at the University of Florida in pharmaceutical science with a concentration in forensic science as well.
What sort of professional training do you have?
So as an examiner, as a physical scientist, forensic examiner at the FBI Laboratory, before we are qualified to perform independent casework, we go through a training program at the laboratory to ensure that we have all of the proper educational requirements and skills to perform the tasks, excuse me. So when I first started at the Firearms and Toolmarks unit, I went through the forensic examiner training program within that unit, which included required readings, exercises, simulated casework, and doing casework under the supervision of a qualified examiner, as well as completing numerous tests before I was qualified to perform independent casework.
Do you have any work experience in this field prior to your current position at the FBI?
So before becoming a physical scientist forensic examiner in the Firearms and Toolmarks unit, I worked as a forensic examiner in the latent print operations unit. And I worked there for approximately 4 years before coming to the Firearms and Toolmarks unit. And I've been with the Firearms and Toolmarks unit for about 9 years now.
Have you given any presentations in your field?
Yes, I have. I've given several case presentations about some of the cases that I've worked in my time as a forensic examiner there. I've also given numerous tours and presentations to groups about the FBI laboratory and our unit as a whole.
And are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
No, I am not.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in a criminal court?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been denied qualification as an expert witness in a criminal court?
No, I have not.
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination by the defense, I would move that this witness be treated as an expert pursuant to Rule 702.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire pertaining to this witness's qualifications?
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
What exactly are you being qualified as an expert in? What is your represented area of expertise?
So in the Firearms and Toolmarks unit, my main job duties include the examination of tools and firearms, as well as the items that those tools and firearms come into contact with. I examine both the tools and firearms, determine makes and models, as well as the types of actions that they can produce, as well as if any microscopic marks of value are present on the surfaces that they come into contact with. I can then do examinations on those marks to determine whether or not those marks were originated from a particular tool or not.
So what you're saying in summary is that you are an alleged expert in the external examination of these objects. Does that be a fair assumption or statement?
Could you explain what you mean by external?
You don't take the contents of, for instance, the vials out. You don't do any chemical analysis. You're talking about how the vial looks from an external view and a microscopic examination of the outside of these objects.
With an object like that, yes. I do not do any chemical examination.
No objection. Accepted.
All right, the court declares this witness to be an expert within his described field of forensic examinations. You may continue, Ms. Akert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Clinton, did you write a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to have marked what I am holding as State's Exhibit 19.
Yes, no, yes. Sorry. This is State's Exhibit number 19, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And this has been shown to the defense, Your Honor.
Very well.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Gleam, I've handed you what is labeled as Laboratory Division Supporting Documentation Envelope. Can you look over that and advise the court if that is the report that you prepared in this matter?
State's Exhibit 19 is a copy of all of the material that I produced as part of this case, to include the report, my case notes, as well as some additional documentation as well.
And what items did you review in this case?
I reviewed, excuse me. Well, there's two different designations that we use for them. In the laboratory, we assigned them item 2 and item 4. At the field office level, when they were first received by the field office, which was Pittsburgh in this case, they gave them the designators 1B1 and 1B2.
And I'm going to hand you what has been marked and entered as State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 14. Could you please open those and identify them for me?
Do I need gloves to handle them? Right?
No.
Do we have some gloves, Deputy Fry? Hold on,
Thank
and
you.
we'll get some.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Eureka, we found a box of gloves. Can you message poor Stephen to tell him that we found some?
Thank you. That's okay.
They may be for children, however.
Goodness. Might go through the whole box. All right. I'm sorry. What was your original question?
Could you identify those items for me?
So
State's 10.
this one. So State's Exhibit 10 is a vial.
And did you examine that vial?
So I don't see my marking specifically on it. However, most of it is covered with the state's exhibit sticker. It does appear very consistent with my photograph of the item 2 vial that I examined in the laboratory.
And when you refer to that photograph, I'm gonna try to fix this. I know this is hard to see. I don't know if this is better one. Trying to make this as visible as I can for everyone in the room. Is this the set of photographs that you're referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are we looking at in these photographs?
We're looking at the photographs that I took during my examination of the item 2 vial. There were numerous pieces, so I just took it from different angles, as well as the different components, as well as a close-up of the rubber stopper that I was asked to examine.
And before we move on to stage 14, we'll just stick with stage 10. What sort of testing did you perform on this stopper, this vial?
I was asked to examine the rubber area at the center here to determine if there were any puncture marks in the rubber top of the vial.
And what conclusions did you reach?
I did not detect any punctures or defects in that rubber stopper.
What does the lack of a puncture in that bottle indicate to you?
Are we talking about item number 2, which was later marked as item number IB-1? Is that what we are talking about?
That's my understanding of what we're talking about, yes.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the last question. What does the lack of any puncture in the septum of this bottle indicate to you?
It indicates that it was not forcibly contacted by any other object to obtain the contents inside of it.
Now, could you please identify State Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Is that the same bottle that you performed testing on in your laboratory?
Yes, it is. This is the item 4 vial that I examined in the laboratory. And I recognize both my initials and name and date on the outer packaging, as well as some of the inner packaging here. Excuse me. As well as my initials on the item itself.
And the photographs that I placed on the overhead that should also appear in front of you on that screen, are these photographs that you took of that bottle and septum during testing?
Yes.
And additionally, did you take these photographs of the septum during testing as well?
Yes, I did.
What sort of testing did you perform on State's Exhibit?
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt for a moment. I'm getting a call from Dr. Banerjee. She's probably telling me she's not getting reception.
Take the call.
Thank you.
So he goes out and takes the phone call, but why can't the trial go on? The other attorney's still there. I mean, I thought that the other guy that went to take the call was the co-counsel and not the lead defense attorney. So that's just a bit weird in my opinion, because it's just it's back.
Your Honor,
I was
there is difficulty in Dr. Banerjee. She's first to approach.
Yes, please.
Oh man, I thought we were gonna know what they talked about. She's having difficulty with something. Maybe connection, dislocating to the cord. I don't know. That's interesting. I want to know, but yeah, now they had to go to sidebar, and I was like, I know I've probably mentioned this before. Um, she gets to go to the thing, and oh my days, there is some like 1 second. I need to reply to this message. I'm like the attorney now. So 1 second. So they're back now. So I could not say sorry. Not what was informing was something that's going on as well in the back room. Yay!
All right, please continue, Ms. Akron.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Glean, with regard to State's Exhibit 14, which is also identified as item number 4, what type of testing did you perform?
It was mostly a visual examination where I was looking for defects in that rubber top of the vial.
What were the results of that testing?
I detected one defect in the center of the rubber stopper that was consistent with a puncture mark that penetrated through the entire rubber stopper of the vial.
And has anything come to your attention since conducting your original testing on both State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 14 that would lead you to change any of your conclusions at this time?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, and I would move State's 19 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Selden?
No objection, no.
State's exhibit number 19 will be admitted into evidence. You may cross-examine Mr. Selden.
Sorry, Your Honor, I need to get my copy of the report.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran. Welcome to the courtroom.
Morning. Afternoon.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Gleam.
Gleam. Okay. As Gleam, even though that's not the spelling.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Excuse me, just a moment, Your Honor. I need to collect my thoughts on this.
All right.
It was a little confusing in some of the testimony. All right, Mr. Green, as to your report on item number 2, which I believe was State's Exhibit number 10, I'm calling your attention to that one, okay?
Yes.
That was a vial that has a large top. And can we have the photographs of that so that we can put them on the viewer.
All right. Who has the photographs?
Photographs are within the report, Your Honor.
Okay.
And hopefully I can get this on the viewer so everyone can see it.
Well, let's hope.
And could I get some assistance in turning this on?
It is okay.
Okay, good. Here we go. Mr. Gleam, are these the photographs that you took of and I believe your description included item number 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
You did external examinations of this, and by that I mean you didn't empty out the contents, you didn't analyze the contents. That was done by somebody else, correct?
That's correct.
And you say no punctures or defects were present on the top or bottom of the surfaces of the rubber stopper. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The metal ring, and I believe you're talking about this right here.
Yes.
You can see that? And that's the metal ring that would have been around here and right here. Is that right?
Correct. I didn't necessarily examine the metal ring because I believe it had been manipulated before it got to me to remove the contents.
So you can't make any conclusions about that because it was manipulated before it got to you.
Correct. I was only asked to examine the rubber stopper inside of the metal ring.
And this rubber stopper had no defects or punctures or anything like that that you could see. Is that right?
Not that I was able to detect.
Do you know what substances were represented to be in this vial by other testers?
No, I don't.
Very well. Let's look at this item, which is listed as item number 4. And these are photographs taken by you of this item, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said in examination of this item that you believe, and this item seems to indicate right here, this is Humalog insulin. Would you agree with that label?
Yes, that is how it was labeled.
Now, you say that upon examination, you believe that there was a puncture in the rubber piece right here, correct?
Yes, I believe you lost it on the top there.
I may have touched the button there. Okay, great, thank you. I think we're back on, and hopefully I won't touch anything again.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. This indication right here, with this circle that I believe you put on the photograph, right?
Yes, the dashed circle as well as that arrow to like kind of the top right were indicators put on the photograph by me to just give further clarification on the notes.
So from your examination, you believe that was a puncture in the rubber stopper, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You cannot tell if this was a single puncture or if there might have been, no, I'm going to scratch that. You cannot tell when this alleged puncture mark was made, correct?
No, I cannot.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, who gathered this item from, I believe it was 211 4H Lake Road, says that when he retrieved this item, it was full and unopened.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe that's ever been stated. Lieutenant Bledsoe has not even testified yet.
Yes, that's true. I must sustain the objection. You can rephrase, Mr. Sellers.
Yeah. From a visual examination, you cannot tell if this was opened or not. You're only stating there was a puncture in the top, right?
Yes, I only observed I only examined the rubber stopper, and this is the result of my examination.
And from your examination, you can't tell who made this puncture mark, correct?
No, I cannot.
You did a visual examination of the bottle, et cetera. Were there any fingerprints on the bottle?
I did not examine the bottle for fingerprints.
A moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And also, in addition to those questions, not only can you not tell who made the puncture mark, but you can't tell when it was made, correct?
No, I cannot.
One moment, Your Honor, I need to confer.
All right.
Now, the metal ring that you were talking about and that vial that may or may not have been opened, et cetera, you stated that, and that was item 2, I believe, you stated that had been manipulated previously, so you couldn't really tell much about it, correct?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes? I made a note specific to the metal ring that might help me better answer that question.
Okay. Is it in your report?
It's the same copy as the State's Exhibit 19. It's just my copy.
I can give him the report.
Okay. Yeah. If you don't mind, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would it be all right if I stay here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just don't lean over too far.
Oh, sorry.
So on my notes, I indicated that the metal ring was loose and easily removed to separate the rubber stopper from the ring. So the metal ring appeared like it had been manipulated prior to myself receiving it because it was so easily removable.
Okay, and I want to show that on the viewer. This is the vial, not the one marked Humalog. It has a label that represents methylprednisone, and you believe, based on your examination, that this one was manipulated, correct?
Well, I don't have all of the documents from the other units of the laboratory, but I believe it did go to other units of the laboratory before I received it. So it's possible that they might have removed that ring to access the contents. It's possible.
Item number 4. From a visual examination of this bottle, can you tell if it's full of liquid or not?
I believe it was empty when I received it.
So how do you believe the contents were removed?
I don't have any information on that.
I need to confer with counsel one more time, and I think I'm wide.
Okay.
Now, according to your report, items number 2 and items number 4 were found approximately 4 to 5 months after Michael Cochran's death on February 11th of 2019. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of when they were recovered. Well, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. There are various documents appended to your report, which you reviewed. It's part of your report. From that description, do you believe this item was seized by police or other authorities approximately 4 months after Michael Cochran's death on February 11th of 2019?
I don't have any awareness of the collection of this item of evidence. I can only speak to when it was received into the FBI laboratory and when I worked it in the laboratory. And that's all I can say about the custody of that item.
Okay, I'm going to hand you this report back. I have a few more questions. So looking at that report, when were these 2 items, number 2 and 4, received in your laboratory?
So to best answer your question, this evidence, I don't have the full chain of custody printouts for each of these items present in my notes printouts. That's information that's typically part of the evidence management unit package that is created for these items that kind of covers the whole lifespan of the whole chain of custody of the movement of the items through the entire laboratory.
Right.
My-
And I'm not asking you about all that. I just want to know when these two items came into the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, as far as your investigation.
So the initial communication from the field office about this request for laboratory examinations was initiated on February 9th, 2021.
Okay.
Um,
And so it can be assumed that came into Quantico about February of 2021.
Yes, approximately. So the communication was initiated on February 9th, and then the initial notes done by the evidence management unit were created on February 10th of 2021.
Okay. So Michael Cochran passed away February 11th of 2019, and this crucial evidence has come into your lab 2 years later. Is that what you're saying?
Those are the dates that are indicated as when we received items in this case.
Okay. You were assigned the items on July 30th of 2021, and you completed your report January 31st of 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes, that appears correct.
Okay. Almost 4 years after Michael Cochran's death, correct? If his death occurred February 11th of 2019.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of the case, but if his death occurred in 2019, I completed my exams in 2022, that would be 3 years.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect Ms. Akron.
Mr. Gleam, through your investigation of State's Exhibit 14, the bottle that is labeled Humalog, I believe also identified as item 4, is it true that you were unable to determine how many times an object had passed through the puncture you identified?
Objection as to the form of the question was leading.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Were you able to determine how many times any item had passed through that puncture?
No, I was not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down, Mr. Gleam. You
Thank
are
you.
excused.
Thank you.
Make sure you leave all the exhibits here, please,
Yes, sir.
and our gloves.
Yes, Your Honor. I broke more than I used.
That's all right. We won't charge you. Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break now. Please do not expose yourselves to any reports online, on the radio, or on TV concerning this case. Obviously, you see cameras in the courtroom. You know that this case is being filmed. Again, I want you to make an independent decision at the close of all the evidence. Please enjoy your lunch. I'll give you a little bit of extra time on your lunch break because we're getting a little late start. I'll need you back in your jury room a little bit before 1:15, please, and we'll start back up promptly. Technology allowing. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room. All right now, Mr. Gleam, thank you very much. Any matters to take up further at this time before we break for lunch? And I'll start with you, Mr. Truman.
Nothing to say, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
We'll start back up at 1:15. I figure it'll take 15 minutes to try to set up the technology. Okay?
All right, so we are on lunch break right now until 1:15 p.m. So which will be about an hour and 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So what we can do is we can do like a recap from the morning time, which to be fair, I'm gonna be very honest, I don't have a lot of notes of it. Because we've been chatterboxes today in the chat, which I love. I'm not complaining. Just yeah, that has been interfering with my note taking. I need to triple multitask better. I need to improve on that. But I mean, we've had basically, to be fair, we didn't have that many witnesses anyway. So we've had two experts. The first one was that doctor that we've already talked about, and now this gentleman from the FBI that literally the notes that I took, and I'm gonna be honest, and I wish I could share it. The notes, all I wrote was new witness. Not even his name I wrote, and then was FBI forensic examiner, tool marks expert, and that was it. So that was all the information I gathered from that expert. That he was an expert. So I'm sorry for that. I need to be, but I'm multitasking and good at chatting and good at taking notes at the same time. But yeah, well, we are on lunch break, and that was the recap of the morning. But apparently, if you guys did not know, it's snowing in Florida. Apparently, in the north of Florida, it's snowing, which is amazing. I mean, who knew that could snow in Florida? I never thought that I was gonna see the day that it would snow in Florida. So, oh no, it's absolutely fine, Toxic. I love you here. I love having you in chat, and I love chatting, and I need to get better. I need to learn how to multitask better anyway. So this is a great practice run. So that is absolutely amazing. So you guys are amazing for supporting me. This craziness that I try to do court stuff and YouTube, which actually leads me to I haven't listened to my audiobook or read any of that book that I showed yesterday. So we can talk this. I got this book for let me see, Law for Dummies, because I'm a dummy. And my point was to start reading it today before the stream, but they started the stream earlier, so that was not my fault. And then I was taking a nap. I'm gonna be honest. I was taking a nap before the stream, because been up for 11 or 13 hours now. I need a nap. I need a little bit power up nap, to carry on. So yeah, no reading was done. So I'm hoping that tomorrow I'll be doing some reading. So don't tell him that Toxic, that he's sweet. He will get the full head. No, no, I'm joking. He is sweet when he wants to be. So basically that's the morning thing. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do a little bit of a break. I'm gonna have a bit of a break probably for the hour of the court, since there's not much going on, and there's no more news reports to watch. The thing was, the last time we did the LA cover, we got copyright striked, so I'm not gonna probably do that again, so my apologies. I can the taco Nightbot, we need to talk. So I think I'm gonna go and sort out Nightbot because he does need to talk to. No, I'm joking. He's fine. I'm just joking. What we're gonna do is, like I was saying, we're gonna do a break. Stream's still gonna be up, but I'm gonna do a bit of a stretch walk and try to start making dinner for me and Nightbot, and then we'll come back and 1:15 p.m. EST, aka in an hour, we'll be back. Stream's still gonna be up, but yeah, I'm not gonna be here because it's break time, it's lunchtime, it's food time. Let's eat. 10-4. See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are back from lunch break. Oh, sorry. Oh, so that was a mistake. That was not supposed to happen. I am a professional YouTuber. Sorry. So I hope everyone had a great lunch break. I certainly did. I am full of food and ready to take a nap. No, I'm joking. I am ready to take a nap. I'm not gonna lie. I would take a nap perfectly at any time, anywhere. I can take a nap. Believe me. If even here, sitting down in front of the computer, I could take a nap. I have no problems. So I was just talking to Nightbot, our lovely one of our lovely mods over here in this true crime channel. That you guys know I work very early my time, which sometimes makes it very very hard for me to be able to stay until the end of the stream. So what we're gonna do now, from, well, at least the rest of this week, which will be today and tomorrow only, is at well, tomorrow is Wednesday. You guys know that I don't stream on Wednesday nights. Well, I won't be on camera on Wednesday nights. That's not never gonna be, sadly, a case. So on Wednesdays nights, about this time, 1 p.m. Eastern, I won't be on screen from until probably the end of the court. But that's a normal Wednesday night. You guys are already used to that. I'll still be in chat, but that's the normal. But for today, actually, yeah, from today is the last day. Then that I will go off soon. So at 4 p.m. Eastern, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna swap with Nightbot. So Nightbot will take over at 4 p.m. Eastern from what I normally do, like comment, be on camera, interact with you guys. I will still interact with you guys. Don't worry. I will be winding down my night because I do have to go to bed by 5 p.m. Eastern. That was like by 10 p.m. my time in the UK. And I like to wind down a little bit. I like to either have a read, listen to court, and just chill a little bit in bed before I have to sleep and do all of it tomorrow. So it's just a form of me to try to relax a little bit before I do go to sleep. But no worries. You get to see Nightbot and you get to spend time with him as well. I'll be still in chat again. There's never gonna be not the chance that I won't be in chat. I will always try to be present as long as internet allows me. Obviously, if the internet doesn't allow me, there's nothing I can do about it. But yeah, so that's the plan going forward. Next week, this situation won't happen because I am on a vacation holiday from my, I want to call it day job, my first job, my job with, but apart from the YouTube, my personal, not personal job. I don't know, my job. Let's just call it my job. Um, so I can stay as long as needed on stream, and I'll stay until the end of the stream every day next week. Excuse me. So that won't be a case. Well, this is. I hope we do have a trial. I don't know how long this one is going to go. We are here for the long run. We're going to be here until the end, until the last word from the judge saying that she was found guilty, and then they book the sentence for her case. And we're going to do that. In terms of what's next, I don't know. What is going to be next in terms of trial? We'll see what it is. I will still try to do some research because I'm going to have a little bit more time in terms of free time, but I do still want as well to relax, to rest, spend time with the Nightbot. And I am planning, we'll see which day is going to be. I am planning taking one day off, apart from the weekend. I mean, apart from the Sunday. We might do a stream on Saturday. Depends on our plans and depends on what's going, but probably we're going to be doing a stream on Saturday. Either one of our court cases that we normally do, or the research stream I've been promising you guys for the longest time, and I need to keep my word, and I want to keep my word, but it's just finding that thing, time. Sometimes is a little bit hard to find it, especially when you are so busy, and time differences as well doesn't help a lot. So, but that is still in the plans. That's still in the works. I haven't forgotten. So we'll see how long. It all depends really how long this trial takes. Um, Sadly, because of not having the information, the court access in West Virginia, we can't really see much court information about on how long this is supposed to take. I am not seeing it taking more than a week, but we are on day 4. We are going through expert witnesses now from the state side, so state still has their case. So I am assuming, I want to say by the end of tomorrow they are going to finish, but I am not 100% sure, and that's the thing. We don't know, and then we don't know how long is the defense going to take. They might take a while because with the speed of that attorney, the second attorney, not going to be fast. Because it takes forever to ask a question and interrupts everybody. I wonder if he's um gonna interrupt his witnesses as much as he interrupts the state's witnesses. I'm actually quite curious about that. So so yeah, so that's the plan. This is me just talking about the overall things that is happening in the channel. Make sure that if you are interested, the channel has memberships now as well. Starts at $2.99, and I think it's in universally the dollars or pounds or whatever currency. It's quite a reasonable price. You get several amazing perks as a personal shout out. I try to do members videos every day. I haven't done one yet today, again, time, but I am planning to do a day in the life on of a streamer type thing. So I'm gonna try like to record pieces and pieces throughout the day, and then just compile that and release it as a members videos, just to see like what evolves to what I do in the day. I like before stream, during stream, after stream. um kind of like that. So it's gonna be a bit boring, but just trying to engage with you guys to see what you guys would like to see on the members videos, because it's gonna be completely different of what we cover daily here. Um, and it's not gonna be the we might talk about cases and everything, but it's not going to be as like court heavy as this is. It's going to be a bit of a distraction from the daily court, and you can see the behind the scenes more often of like what it takes to stream, what kind of, well, if you would be interested in like in a future type thing, not now, is like what kind of equipment I use and stuff like that. So it's just a bit of an idea of what's to happen with the channel as we grow and as a community and go forward. But apart from that, I mean, we are waiting on court to start. I think we are getting a new witness this afternoon. I think the defense, yeah, the defense was trying to get, hang on 1 minute now. The defense was trying to get a witness in this afternoon. Are they going to go out of order? Because now because you guys remember when we were in middle of the trial, the lawyer, that annoying lawyer, he got a phone call saying that the witness had something come up. Is the state resting today? They might plan to rest today, because we'll see. Because I thought we still missing the medical examiner and the investigator of the case. So we still might have those two coming back, because might only have those two witnesses left for for the state, because the state also said that one of their witnesses only was available at half one, which is 15 minutes prior before we start court, but they do have another witness that can go first. Then that person is only available at half one, so at least two witnesses. The state has more, and it could be the medical examiner and the lead investigator of this case, and then they rest on day 4, which is not unsurprising to happen. The state resting on day 4, because I think that's the normal day they tend to rest. Like all the court cases, those small little cases we've been covering, state has been resting on end of day 3, beginning at day 4. So that gives the good average of the resting. That's another thing we could like I said, I was working on that Excel a spreadsheet because from the last trial we covered, they talked so much about spreadsheets that I started one for the channel with the all like the victims, the defendant, and everything. It's still not 100% completed, so that's why I haven't showed you guys yet. But I had just had an idea. Maybe putting how long was the case of the state and how long was the case of the defense. That could be a good analytics to find out about. Actually, how let me write on the document how long case state, and then do the same thing for the defense. Let me know what you think about that idea. I mean, I can always tweak and change it if you guys don't like it, but it will be interesting. How long case defense, because obviously that's going to be in days. It's always going to be in days, and then yeah. So I did say I'm crazy for spreadsheets. When I have an idea to do a spreadsheet, don't let me don't stop, no one stops me. So it's just a bit of a crazy idea that I've been having. So yet again, so we've have on, like, actually, you know what, let me share it. I'm still keeping an eye on the on the thing on the court, but let me show what I have so far. Share screen, a window, and this one. So this is what I have so far of the spreadsheet that I've been talking to you guys about. So we've got in here the victim. Obviously, we start with Samantha Miller because I think that was the first kind of case, small case we covered. And then we've got the defendant, the type of case, if it is criminal or civil, because that's what we covered, and that's really the two options. And then what was the verdict? So we've had one hung jury so far. And then we have the sentence. So Samantha Miller, she got 25 years. Obviously, Sheldon Timothy, he got nothing as of yet because he hasn't been sentenced because he was a hung juror. And then Chloe, sorry, got life. Then Rhonda Jewell from Florida, we covered that one. She got 17 years. And then the one that we just covered last week, Zachary Young, he at least got 5 million. We don't know more if he got more or nothing. And then we have some notes of the case, like how the case came about, or a little bit of the information of the case. And then I found interesting to know kind of the gender of the defendant as they identify themselves. So we've majority have had female defenders. So far we only had one male. And then again, the same thing for the victim to see what, not what their preference is about, but the gender of their victims and everything. So yeah, I know. I still haven't figured it out the rest of the colors for the other columns, so that's why I wasn't really sharing, but I don't care. So and then we have the states. The state. So to kind of see that again afterwards, to see how we're across the map of the US, are we more focused on and everything, and how it goes. And then we're gonna have the length of verdict. That's what I still have to do. Like, I need to research how long was the three verdicts that of the case that we've covered, and then the year of the case. Obviously, we started in 2024, so and we have two so far this year, and then obviously as time goes, we're gonna have more cases. And then now I just came up with an idea that you guys helped me with. So how long was the case of the state, and how long was the case of the defense in terms of days? I'll put maybe here days, and then so I know it's in terms of days, and then I just need to do that research. But yeah, so that was what I was thinking in terms of, like, doing for the spreadsheet. Like I said, it's, and then I'm gonna, oh, don't worry, we're gonna have graphics, we're gonna have the whole nines. It's gonna be good. So yeah, so we just need now to to get more cases. Now I'm joking. We'll get there. I mean, we are in January. It's the beginning of the year. It's the beginning of the court season. Season is back, and the court should be back by now. They are late. Well, we haven't had really. We don't know how the experience of this court is, if they are on time or late, because we've been catching up and we've been zooming through breaks, which has been fantastic. But so we still need to figure it out. Well, it will come. We'll like spread the word out, share the stream, like it. The best thing everyone can do is like the stream. By liking the stream, you're telling YouTube that you like the content. You like the content and you want to watch more of the channel, so YouTube will recommend the channel for people, and share the word with people that you know in the community of true crime if they are interested in a particular case, to come check it out, the channel. And yeah, I mean, it will get there. It's that we've been steadily growing, which has been amazing, and you guys all have been an amazing support to the channel, and it's so much appreciated. And the more you watch, the more you recommend, the more you like the stream, we'll get there eventually. I mean, we all have to start from somewhere. So I know Anais, like Nightbot, knows this very well. There is days that I get a little bit demoralized because it's a hard grind, it's a continual grind of this, and talking and spending time and long days, because I do have long days, but I do love it. I do like doing this, covering trials that's are not much coverage, or it's just because I want to cover. There is no rule really that tells me that I can't cover a certain trial. I can cover what we want, what people are interested in and wanting to watch. So if you guys want to, always again, if you want to suggest a trial for us to watch, let me know in the comments, by email. I will type the command for to get the email. You can just email me and I can have a look at the case, unless it's a very obscene and extravagant case. I won't do, but yeah, just give a suggestion. For example, you can always let know as well what would you like to see, because there could be a hearing. I tend not cover a lot of hearings live. I can do a video on it, a case on it, like I did about the sheriff in Kentucky that unalived the judge in this chambers. I can do a video like that, like I've done, but because I want to do more long form content than the short form. I do short form to keep the algorithm of YouTube happy, to carry on to push the channel out, but we'll get there. I mean, sorry, I have something stuck on my throat that I've been trying for the quarter to start so I can drink some water and cough this out, but they won't start. Oh, I should have spoken sooner about, because court is back, baby.
All right. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Just connecting Dr. Banerjee is also.
Okay. Are we squared away for the next witness, Mr. Truman, Ms. Acorn?
My understanding is that they have received the link and they are prepared to go forward when we allow them into the room.
Okay. And we need to connect Dr. Banerjee. Yes, if you don't mind.
Thank you for calling the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it now. To speak to an operator, stay on the line or press 0. Please stay on the line while your call is transferred to the operator.
Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, please hold. Sorry about that. How can I help you?
Yes, this is Colleen Brown Bailey. I'm the law clerk for Judge Kirkpatrick. And we are trying to get Dr. Kubicek here for a hearing.
Okay. Let's see. I can send you over to Jessica. Are you trying to schedule it or are you trying to get a hold of him now?
No, get a hold of him right now. He's supposed to testify.
Okay. Yeah, let me get you over to his number. Hold on one moment.
Thank you.
I don't know if that is copyrighted, but I hopefully not. So I need to keep an ear out, just to make sure that it's not copyright. So give me a second, guys.
Kubicek on his link. But let me explain to you, we have to have him mute his Teams microphone and we have to go through the telephone. So whatever way is easiest for you to do that. He'll be on video, but the sound will come across the telephone.
Okay, let me put you on hold here for just a second so I can run back there and make sure he's in his office, and then that way I can get you transferred back to him, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a little unsettling to make sure he's in his office.
I have turned off the sound of the coming from the court because of copyright, so hopefully you guys can't hear it. But this is amazing. We get to see a side that we never got to see before of them trying to reach a witness. This is the medical examiner. And that because they have to do like they did with the other witness this morning, um getting through the phone and mute on Teams and everything, and it's probably people they're not used to use like Teams, Zoom, whatever they whatever platform there is to use in terms of communications. And but it's just interesting that they're doing that on the record, so it's gonna be always part of the case of the trial. And I wonder if she does get convicted, which I think she is, if she's gonna use this in the appeal, or even if she can, because I imagined this should have already been sorted outside because it's losing time of the the jurors and everything. So, well, we are currently waiting on the state getting in touch with the medical examiner. They are making sure that is it he or she, I did not catch, is in his office or in her office. So it is very disorganized. They should have had the last 15 minutes. I completely agree with that toxic 100%, 1,000%. They should have already been ready to go like they kind of were with the witness this morning. I don't understand why, because they were not even on time per se. They came back a little bit late. I wonder who this lady is. Maybe the mom of Michael, because she's seated behind the prosecution. So I would assume she would be maybe the mom and the dad, I want to say, of Michael. Michael is the victim. Michael Cochran is the victim in this case. The husband of Natalie that she's accused of unaliving. Um, I it's not really random people. It's people that are probably involved in a case now. But it's I think this ones are the parents of the person that has been unalived. Um, and they normally zoom in on people that are more involved in the court, like parents, wives, husbands, the defendant in itself. So, like, and then the fam, So that's what I think it is. I am not sure. Don't quote me on that. I'm just saying I'm speculating, and if someone wants to object, they can object in chat. I will be probably sustain your objection because I'm the judge. No, I'm joking. Hey, that could be a cool idea. We'll subject to your comment, and then we can have someone deciding to sustain or overrule the the objection. That would be something niche. Oh, I can take the sorry. The ban is still running on the bottom, but it's not anymore. Thank you very much, Nightbot, for not reminding me of that. Um, um, cause see, again, I'm a professional YouTuber. No, I'm joking. And we're still waiting on the court to come back. Oh, I mean, we're still hearing the music, the whole music when you call someplace and they don't pick up the phone. Oh, are we back? No, now we lost completely silence from the court. So there was no. I can listen to faint music. Hang on 1 second. Oh, if I would be quiet, I would listen here. Yeah, no, we Oh, it's elevator music. Nice. So we are listening to elevator music. You guys are probably not hearing because I have muted because I don't know if it is copyright or not. So just to be on safe side, um, she's very smiley this afternoon and very cold apparently because she's wearing a jacket now. But I mean, have you seen how many cameras there is? I actually know what did this point earlier. He said it's like no, there's some.
Like a number to the desk that we're at. Can you guys call that number?
Sure.
Okay. You let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
304.
Sorry again, I'm muting that part just to make sure that phone numbers are not shown or heard in court. I need to be trying to be a little bit more careful with that too. I think they are dialing now. Yep, they are. I can hear the dial do, 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 going in a bit, and it's ringing.
Hello, Inspector Kubicek. Can I help you?
Yes, sir. You're
Hey,
scheduled
you
to
picked up the
testify by
phone.
teams in Raleigh County case today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we need to explain the technology of this because because of feedback. We're going to put you on. You click on the Teams link, but then mute your microphone, and that way we'll get you video over the Teams link and the audio over the phone. Okay.
Okay. I'm already hooked up to your site, and the audio is on.
That can't be good.
Hopefully, I muted to feedback as in you guys cannot hear it, but it's in my ears, which is awesome. Yeah,
On your
we back
Yeah,
muted.
yeah, I'm now.
They're still struggling.
Assistant is working on it.
Okay.
It's sitting. It's hooked up, but
Hey,
I don't
Stephen,
know why it's not
ask
working.
Sarah to come
Ask Sarah to come in. Sorry, I had to. It's so funny.
We need an expert. What about Dr. Banerjee? Do we need to call her?
They need an expert to come and help the expert to log in into court. That is amazing. You could not write this down. I know. I'm sorry. I am trying to make light of it, just to try to keep the spirits up and to keep a light of the mood. I'm sure the judge is very frustrated right about now. I don't think he's gonna burst out like the other judge in the CNN trial, but he might. We might see him. I mean, we need Sarah. Sarah, please come down. Help us. They need you. They need the court out you. It is things that should have been done before they went on the record or on lunch break, because that's like when most attorneys try to resolve issues. But because this is just wasting the jury time and not the defendant. She has plenty of enough time. She doesn't need more. But the jury, yes, I think the jury needs a couple extra donuts
Dr.
tomorrow.
Kubitschek, it
Or
appears that there might be something on your end.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay.
Trying to figure out something wrong with the camera. Hold on.
Thank you, sir.
how much do you want to bet that after they get set up, he's going to have trouble to connect with the defense expert that is not going to listen through either Teams or through the phone or through the court or nothing? How much do you want to bet right now that that's going to happen? I bet not money, but I will bet like 2 beans. I'll bet Nightbot. Oh my days. This is absolutely. I can't say the word that I want to say the word, but I think you guys can imagine the word that I want to say about this whole situation.
Just a second, yes?
They're still trying to connect.
Yes, we're here.
Yes, I'm here.
Everyone is.
Dr. Banerjee.
Yes, hold on, doctor. We're trying to set things up.
No problem. I was just, someone asked if I was here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like
Any headway, Dr. Kubitschek?
Still working on it.
Okay.
They should have gotten this sorted out on lunch break. Honestly, I'm sorry. It's really unprofessional from the board, from the attorneys, from the medical examiner's office.
Still working on it, yeah.
Because I mean, when the other because the other when they call the reception or the other line or the assistant or whatever, they didn't even know. I was like, "What are you calling about?" I was like, you should know that you were expecting a call from the court because you testified in a live trial. Oh, definitely. That is for sure.
Okay,
Definitely a massive
right now
breakdown.
my assistant is looking for another camera. I think that
Oh.
has a problem with the camera.
Okay.
Does he really need to have a camera though?
If you could find another laptop to hook up to, it might work.
Oh, we might not hear from the medical examiner today.
I mean, like just a piece of tape over it or something?
No.
Okay.
All right, so this is getting a little bit annoying right now. Um, like they need to move on. I mean, if he can't testify now, he can't testify now. He has to come back tomorrow or later, try to fix it. Um, so it's like a question. Why are they trying to use Teams and they cannot use the Zoom? Because they have Zoom on the screen in court. So, um, oh yeah, well, true. You're probably right. Audio probably would put jurors and me to sleep. Uh,
Yes.
well, you don't need a lot to put me to sleep. But you can use the Zoom. They have literally Zoom on the screen. Sorry, I'm getting annoyed. I need to calm down. You know, like someone would say, you need to calm down. You're being too loud. Yes, that's probably me right now. But I'm getting frustrated because they shouldn't have done this. Jed,
We will try. We will try to fix it.
well, that slipped.
Here, if
Um,
not,
I'm
within
gonna have
next
to
2
delete
minutes,
that comment
I'll
tonight, but
have
I'm
to
sorry.
start driving.
That
Madam
even
Xavier.
though no. So yeah, they have
Translate.
Zoom, and you probably heard that what's name. Please
We're
forget
talking
about it.
about
Like,
possibility of me driving
no, I'm
to
joking.
your
It's
place.
fine. I'm
Is there
joking.
any possibility of that, doctor?
I'll probably be quite
About 1
different to
hour
listen
or
to.
so, we'll have hour and a half. I mean, if I have to, then I have to. You know, if they cannot fix the camera, I'll have to drive.
Okay. We'd love to have you here. Or if you could find another laptop to use, it probably would straighten out.
Okay.
There's bound to be another one in your building that's free.
Oh yeah, my assistants are looking for a solution right now.
Okay.
To the problem.
I know how much do you want to bet that they're gonna go on a break before they resume? Um, I love that one. Well, it is what it is, toxic. It is what it is. Yeah. I love that. Oh my days. I think the judge is gonna say to tell them to move on. They should have already said like to move on to the next witness, and whenever it is set up, and if it gets to them today, it gets to them today. I mean, this is wasting the juror's time, the court's time, the defendant doesn't matter. She has plenty of time. She has 10 years in front of her to be in federal prison, in the cushy prison, so she has plenty of time. But the rest of the world doesn't. We do have lives and beds to go to. Oh, I'm dreaming with my bed already. um but yeah, so we are back waiting. Oh, we get the jury view of the chairs, not of them, of course. Oh, that's a nice soundboard. My days, look at all those cables that they have. That is a nice courtroom. Look at all of that. That's so cool to see. Sorry, I'm interested in that aspect. The chairs of the jurors look comfy. Not gonna lie, look very comfy. Well, to be fair, they have to be for them to be able to sit down for that many times. So at least so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cameras there is in this courtroom. So there's one right in front of the defendant of Natalie. There's 3 in the background, 4 in the background, sorry, and then plus this one that we're watching that is in the jury box at the moment. Um, yeah, no, but definitely not. Mine is definitely not a better one. Mine is a little one that got on Amazon, from that. Hopefully it works good because I mean I can control at least the sound of my voice to be low or higher, and then the sound of the courtroom, and then that's it, to boost it up a little bit so we can actually listen to court and now being anyone whispering. But yeah, so I think we're still either waiting on Sarah or we're waiting on the medical examiner to find a spare laptop in his building or his assistants, because it's not even him that is looking for it. It's his assistants that are looking for it, because at least that's what he said that they were doing. They were looking for a spare laptop. I mean, just connect from your phone. Oh, no, you can't. Oh, sorry.
We're gonna have to push this along a little bit.
My
We can't come
apologies.
up with another laptop. One alternative suggested by one of the experts in the courtroom was that you use your smartphone.
Using smartphone.
Well, that's what I was just saying, lol. That they use the smartphone, but he can't if he's connected to the audio.
Never mind, doctor.
Yeah, very smart people.
It's a semi-smart.
Yes, that is definitely something I don't need. I have been practicing myself to speak a little bit lower because Portuguese people, we have a very loud volume button in us from birth. It's something that they give us at birth. It's a volume button, but then they break because it's always on high. So it doesn't work anymore. So it breaks. And yeah, but I've been trying to control myself to not to be too loud, because I know like probably the mic can pick it up very easily, and I don't want to make anyone deaf or anything. So I'm trying to be a bit. Oh, careful! Oh wait, I was looking. There's a new gentleman behind Natalie, but the daughter is not there. I don't see the ginger lady, the ginger girl that has been there. She was there on the first 2 days of this case, 3 days, first 3 days of this case, but she's not there today. Interesting. Maybe she was caught in the bad weather. Um, I don't know if it is a son. I've heard of a daughter, and I think that was the ginger girl. That has been with the grandma, the lady that still is in purple. Hopefully it's a different purple shirt, a polo shirt thing, clothes that she has, because otherwise she's always in purple. She must really like that color, the color purple. Um, but yeah, it's just interesting that she's not there today because I think she is standing behind her mother. Um, because she's been sitting behind her, and the victim's advocate, the guy that is by the council's table, that is the defendant's advocate in a way, was talking to them the other day. I think was on day 3 or day 2 that we watched yesterday. It could be a son. I'm trying to see if they have any resemblance, but I can't tell. What do you guys think? Nightbot does think that it might be a son, but I've never heard of a son. It doesn't really resemble her, I don't think. Somehow she's more tanned than him, and she's the one in jail or in prison, and is the one out. So I don't want to say anything, but yeah. I don't know. I was still waiting on my day. So it's been what, half an hour now that we've been waiting for this court to start because of the tax issues. Oh, sorry. So just yeah, it could be the son. I don't know if she had a son. I don't know because obviously, well, I was gonna say you might be a minor. Probably. Um, so I know he is eyeing the camera and he's right on the camera aisle angle, straight forward to the camera. Well, the one that is in front of her, um, that is straight. But it's just interesting that I think he could be a minor. I think it would be like what, 17, I would
Doctor,
say.
you need to click on the
Yeah,
teenage
17, 18. I think it is sad because now I
it should
see the
forward the
resemblance
email
in them
link
too,
to the smartphone.
especially because the way they were looking up. Hmm. Interesting. So that means that they are behind their mother because they are on the defense side. So that could be an indication that they could be on this or on the mom side. Hmm. I wonder what we're gonna be talking more about today while we wait. Because baby face. That's you, Nightbot, when you don't shave, that you have a baby face. You are the one that has a baby face. That's when you don't when you shave. Um, I I am jealous of the chair that the deputy has, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie. He has a very, very comfy chair. That's my goal for one day, is to achieve that level of comfortness in the try. Wow, that is an up close. Whew, I don't want to watch her that up close. Come on, turn it away. That's fair. Like someone needs an up close shot for something. Because you know that people like that have access to the feeds and like core TV and all law and crime and everything, they can ask like for up close shot of the defendant or of someone in the gallery and everything. And so that's why sometimes the camera does move in court to a very up close and personal of the defense. Yes, you do look 10 years younger of what it is that you now. Some maybe one day you'll shave and then show on stream. I can just share a picture of you without beard. Like that probably will be easier to do. But well, yeah, just we're back at Katy Talks at the TCA talks about nothing on stream segment, apparently. Because we're still waiting. Honestly, this is just not on. They shouldn't have gotten this organized on break time.
Any progress, doctor?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, you're on.
Hey, we have progress.
Well,
I think.
you were on just momentarily.
System, yes. System basically didn't recognize.
We'll just see if he actually stays on. Yeah, very premium video quality material right here, right now. Ooh.
Okay.
On stream,
Can you hear me?
Nightbot?
Yes, I can hear you.
You could be a members live stream of
Dr.
me
Banerjee, can you hear me? Ooh, not a good sign.
We talked too soon. They cannot hear him now.
I'm on mute, but I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, hang on.
Thank you. We may be straightened out then. It's a miracle. Okay, are we ready to go?
I think so. Thank you.
Bring in the jury bailiff.
Just a very quick side note while they are getting into the court. The judge from the previous trial would have already charged each attorney $1,000 for this delay.
Use of high technology, as you might ascertain. I am the master of low technology, and this little baby is the limit of my abilities in terms of dealing with technological issues. I bought this at Walmart a few years ago, and I found that it's very convenient to give you guidance. It usually tells you yes, no, or maybe. And sometimes it comes into play every now and then. That's a joke, of course. We are ready to go forward now. We have the state's next witness on the board. Also, the defense expert is listening by telephone. If you'll call your next witness, please, Mr. Truman or Ms. Acorn.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Piotr Kubicek to the stand.
All right, Dr. Kuchek, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may be seated. Proceed, Ms. Acorn.
Doctor, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Dr. Piotr, Piotr Kubicek, Kubiczek.
And doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the West Virginia office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Charleston, West Virginia. I'm first Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
And about how long have you been a medical examiner?
I've been working here since 2017, so it's almost 5 years.
In your best estimate, about how many autopsies would you say that you've performed?
Correction, almost 8 years. I have performed altogether in my career more than 6,000 autopsies.
Dr. Kubicek, where did you attend school?
I attended medical school. It was Medical University of Warsaw, Poland. And then I started graduate medical residency. It was pathology residency in Muncie, Indiana. This was Paul Memorial Hospital. Then I proceeded to study forensic pathology. It was my fellowship at Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio.
Do you have any work experience prior to being a medical examiner for the state of West Virginia?
Yes, I prior to work here in West Virginia, I worked in Nevada. I worked over there at Clark County Coroner's Office in Las Vegas, and I worked at Washoe County Medical Examiner Coroner's Office in Reno, Nevada. And before that, of course, I worked at Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio. And before that, I worked at a residency program. It was Paul Memorial Hospital in Muncie, Indiana.
And are you currently licensed to practice medicine in the state of West Virginia?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes.
Could you just briefly lay that out for us?
Since my residency training, I've been teaching medical students and residents in practice of autopsy and pathology. And then now I teach the medical students practice of forensic pathology here in West Virginia.
And outside of that teaching experience, have you given any presentations in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, it's a part of it was part of my work to give presentations. For example, in Nevada, about the cause and manner of death, different types of causes of death, and how they refer to manner of death.
Are you a member of any professional organizations or committees?
Yes, I'm a member of International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners, and I'm a member of College of American Pathology, and I'm a member of Association of sorry, I'm American Society of Clinical Pathology.
Your Honor, subject to voir dire by the defense, I would request permission to treat this witness as an expert in the field of forensic pathology under Rule 702.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire of this witness?
I just have a few very brief questions.
Very well.
Dr. Kubitschek, have you published any articles, books, or anything of that nature?
During my forensic pathology fellowship, I was co-author of article on toxicology involving pediatric population in Montgomery County. Besides that, I published, presented a letter to editor on injuries of residents that occurred during the autopsies. Basically, those are the most important articles or the presentations in journals.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Kubitschek is certainly acceptable as an expert in forensic pathology.
All right, the court declares Dr. Kubitschek to be an expert within his field of forensic pathology. You may continue, Ms. Akron.
Dr. Kubitschek, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on a Michael Cochran on or about September 4th of 2019?
Yes.
And did you generate a report following that autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have the autopsy report marked as State's Exhibit 20.
Okay. Thanks.
Now, Doctor, that autopsy was performed approximately 7 months following Mr. Cochran's death. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you explain the long window between the death and the autopsy occurring?
Initially, Mr. Cochran's death was considered a natural death. So the hospital and the hospice actually did not report the death to us. Later on, law enforcement became involved, and it was determined that the post-mortem examination should be performed, and the court issued the order for exhumation. And then I performed the autopsy on exhumed body, Mr. Cochran.
Did you review any outside medical records when you performed this autopsy?
Yes.
Can you review what those were for us?
There were records from Raleigh Hospital and then CMC Memorial Hospital. And those were the major sources of information.
And when you performed this autopsy, were you looking for anything in particular?
When we perform autopsy, we look for the evidence of natural diseases on the surface of the body and then inside the cavities of the body. And of course, we look for the evidence of injuries on the surface of the body, inside of the body. The body that I received in the coffin, it was already moderately decomposed, And however, he was also post status of embalming. And this kind of helped a little bit to preserve the internal organs. The process of embalming helped me to visualize better the organs in the body that was on the outside of this was more moderately decomposed. And I performed as I said, the external examination, internal examination, and I did find that he had cardiomegaly, that means enlarged heart, and obviously there were those decomposition changes present. And I sent out tissues that I obtained during the autopsy for toxicology examination. Basically, the toxicology results showed that there was no alcohol, there were no common drugs of abuse. We also tested for heavy metals, and basically at that point, after reviewing the medical information, clinical information, after reviewing the autopsy findings, toxicology findings, I came to a conclusion that the cause of death is at this point undetermined. I could not find basically cause of death beyond certainly the medical science.
You answered my next 4 or 5 questions for me right there in that answer. Dr. Kubitschek, has anything come to your attention since originally performing the autopsy that would change the opinion that you offered?
No.
And had you been looking for anything specific at that time, as in this case, we're talking about exogenous insulin administration, would you have performed any different testing that you did not perform with the original autopsy?
Actually, no, because the body was already moderately decomposed. It was almost 7 months after the deceased's death. So, looking for areas of, for example, insulin injection or the presence of insulin in the deceased system was basically not possible at that time, because we have to understand he spent a few days in the hospital, and later on he was obviously buried. So lots of the evidence that would help to determine if there was actually insulin used was not available anymore during the post-mortem examination.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Can I have a moment to speak to Dr. Co-Counsel?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kubicek. My name is Stanley Selden. I am co-counsel for Natalie Cochran, and welcome this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you conducted, I'm gathering from your answers, a very detailed and thorough examination of Michael Cochran's body when you received it, and it was exhumed 7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you reviewed the medical records from Raleigh General Hospital and CAMC in the course of your autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your autopsy report, you have a list of diagnoses that I believe you received from the discharge report of CAMC. That's on page 5 of your report. Is that where those diagnoses came from?
Yes.
Okay. And the clinically documented diagnoses were that the decedent was unresponsive at home during unclear circumstances. That's the first one, correct?
Yes.
There was a reported prolonged time of unconsciousness, correct?
Yes.
You list in number 3 that there was use of testosterone augmenting supplement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prolonged hospital stay, and then you list cerebral edema with hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. That's fluid on the brain and swelling of the brain. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes.
You list hypoglycemia at the time of admission. You do not know the cause of that. That's just the discharge note, correct?
Yes.
There was a history of seizure disorder and diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And he was in a coma,
right? That's correct.
Now, there was noted in your autopsy and on these diagnoses that he suffered from cardiomegaly, which was an enlarged heart, correct?
Yes.
After all these exams, all this review of the medical records, your very thorough report and toxicology, etc., you found that the manner and cause of death was undetermined, correct? And undetermined means you don't know why he was deceased, and you couldn't tell from the autopsy, correct?
Yes. That's correct.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Redirect Ms. Akron.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Kubicek, you analyzed the organs of Mr. Cochran, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you locate any tumors on or inside of the body or on those organs?
No.
And the hypoglycemia that was listed in those records, would you consider that profound hypoglycemia?
Hypoglycemia is less than I mean, I'm not really a clinician, treating patients, live patients, but it was, at the time of admission was significant.
And the information that you received in the medical records, do you know the original source of any of that information?
There was testing done at the CMC Memorial, the follow-up testings. But that was the medical records, those were the sources of information. Obviously, I could not verify this during the autopsy.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Very, very good.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kubitschek, the reason you couldn't find tumors, microscopic tumors, et cetera, because this body was 7 months old and the organs are the first thing to decompose. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything, Ms. Acord?
No, Your Honor.
Let this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please, Ms. Acord or Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, our next witness is currently on his way into town from Dallas, Texas. We do not anticipate that he will be here before the close of court today.
All right, and you have no one else that you could substitute?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, you've heard that we've run out of witnesses for the day. And so we are still on the state's case in chief, which means that we will start back up in the morning and continue with the trial. I will try to have something good in terms of a snack for you in the morning. I think I'll spring for sausage biscuits, if that's agreeable for everybody. Does everybody like sausage and biscuits? Okay, I will have that for you in the morning, and it will be waiting on your table whenever you arrive before 9 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. This is a dangerous period because there is some great interest in this case, and I warn you not to watch any portrayals of the case on television, online, or hear anything on the radio, or read anything in the newspaper. All of those people will be trying to gather your attention, and you must resist so that you can make a fair and impartial decision at the end of the case. All right, enjoy your evening and your afternoon off, and I'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room. All right, are there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I seem to have slipped up one more time, and I would request that State's Exhibit 20 be entered into evidence.
No objection.
All right, there being no objection, State's Exhibit number 20 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further on behalf of the defense?
Your Honor, nothing on the merits, but if we may have a little sidebar on the planning of the rest of the week here as far as witnesses.
All right,
I really
come out.
appreciate that.
I want to know the sidebar too. I want to know the plans of the for the rest of the week, Mr. Attorney. I can't believe that the autopsy, first of all, was done only 7 months after this thing happened. It was so late. Um, and obviously the body was already, in the stages of decomposing. Um, and that they didn't find the cause of that. So it's like, well, what's the point of calling the medical examiner for this? I think he heard more the state's case than anything else. I mean, I think, as I said just now on chat, I think the lead investigation, the investigator, is going to be the key to close this case, because as it stands, I don't want to say not guilty, because she is guilty of something, but a hung jury for sure. But I mean, she's gonna serve 10 years in prison no matter what, because of the Ponzi scheme federal case. But it's just knowing if she's gonna spend the rest of her life, the rest of that, after the 10 years that she's serving in prison, in a not so comfortable prison like federal prison, like she's been right now, or if she's gonna go to the big girl prison, or just stay in the federal prison. um but I think I don't know, this medical examiner, I think it hurt the case more than it actually helped. I mean, all that faff of helping him, setting up and everything, for nothing. um yeah, yeah, it is for example, exactly, absolutely, 100%. I mean, doing the autopsy 7 months after, in this case, absolutely serves for nothing, because everything is gone. I mean, it's absolutely nonsense. um but I mean, hey, we get a little bit of an early day again, which is not ideal, because that means there's gonna be other days that are gonna be long. It's gonna drag for more days than probably planned. We don't know, because they are talking sidebar, even though the jury is not there. I mean, why can we not know how long is the trial going to be, or what is the state secret about that? Honestly. But anyway, the new live stream is already up for tomorrow. um we're going to be here tomorrow morning, and yes, again, 9 a.m. EST will be in, probably shortly before that, to do like a recap from today. I mean, there's not a lot to recap, because my notes have been absolutely shocking today. But we're gonna talk about a bit about what happened today, give you a brief description of my morning at work, and go from there. Right? So set up the stream at I think it was a quarter to 9 a.m. So make sure that your notifications are on for the channel, so you are notified when we go live every day. Normally, yeah, I'll go live a little bit before court starts, so we can hang out a little bit and chit chat about nothing, like I like to do. Uh, so yeah, and then we go from there. See how long tomorrow is going to be. Hopefully, we have a proper full day of testimony, because we need to move on with this case. Attorneys, we cannot stay on this girl forever, because no one wants that for sure. So yeah, and then we'll see what happens during. We might even be on a verdict watch again this at the end of this week, which would, if it was Thursday, that would have been hilarious, because we could nominate Thursday as a verdict watch day from now on, if we get a second verdict watch. And hopefully this jury will be a little bit faster than the CNN one. But if the judge keeps giving them sweet treats and donuts and everything, they might extend a little bit to get some more treats. No, I'm joking. I'm hoping they not, because then it's what, my favorite show that has a sentence. It's one of my favorite shows is Friends, and says, "One moment on the hips, forever on the hips." So hopefully the judge will tell them that. That is just yeah, because I like my donuts too, don't get me wrong, especially working in a bakery. Right, I work in a bakery, and having to work in a bakery surrounded by the goodness of pastries and donuts that I have to pack and lay and do all the pastry stuff and bake and everything every day. Oh, the temptation of not buying donuts every day, the freshly made donuts every day, it's so hard. I honestly don't know how I have maintained and even lost a little bit of weight since I started working in a bakery. I don't know how I did that, because it's absolutely impossible have done that, working in a bakery and losing weight. That's impressive, I've got to say. Probably is all the stress of waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning and then crash the car and everything that's has happened in the last couple of weeks and burning my hand. I haven't burned myself since I burned my hand, so I think I learned my lesson. That is good. At least I learned it in a hard way. Of my lesson. This sidebar is taking forever. I mean, we don't really need to watch it, but just in case they say something, so we are informed of what happens during the trial. And so yeah. So now, what am I gonna do with my free evening? Well, the rest of my free evening, I am gonna do probably some investigation, trying to finish something for Toxic, my lovely friend, trying to finish that for her either today or tomorrow morning, like I promised that I would, and just relax with Nightbot. Really, just enjoy the rare occasion we have a little bit of a evening left over to be able to hang out. I mean, sadly, you don't get to see him today because I will be here until the end of the stream and be with you guys, but you might see him tomorrow or Thursday, or probably, or maybe. Oh, that would be a great idea, Nightbot. What do you think? When we are on Verdict Watch, you can see his hand. Hey, you can see his hand. Probably, that's all you're gonna get today is his hand. But I was thinking, maybe when Nightbot, tell me what you think. Maybe when we are on Verdict Watch, you can come up. You don't need to be on camera. You can just stay outside of the camera. But we could chat and talk to our friends on stream. That could be a good idea. And I think the wait, no, I thought they were gonna come back. But yeah, maybe we could do that. Maybe on Thursday. Well, on Thursday. I'm saying on Thursday because I think we're gonna go on Verdict Watch on Thursday. Whenever we go on Verdict Watch, if Nightbot is home, we could try to do that. And I mean, we're still gonna do like another stream because believe me, when me and Nightbot start talking and disagreeing and having our own opinions back and forth, we have a lot to talk about. And you already know, I can hardly stop talking.
A question for the folks that are filming the trial. We anticipate that a juvenile may testify in this case as early as tomorrow. And I would like to not portray that juvenile's face on screen. And I'm wondering if I can get some cooperation in that regard. The audio is fine. I've noticed in watching portrayals on TV that many times they're able to blur the face of the person that is speaking so that you wouldn't see the face. I'm inquiring of you folks directly if we could do that to protect the juvenile. Yes, sir. Okay. Can we do that? The juvenile, I understand, is 17 years old, not an adult, and very sensitive, perhaps. And we need to protect him as much as we can. Are we all agreed in that concern? Okay. I've got thumbs up from everybody and looks like we're okay. All right, is there anything else before we close out the day?
That's for the state, Your Honor. Thank you. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Court is in recess.
All right, and that is a wrap for court. I mean, I've paused just to us to have something in the background, so you don't have to look at my awesome face. And that is a wrap. I mean, we've already kind of done a little bit of the recap of the day. We've gone through the plans for tomorrow and for the next days, and we'll see what else happens for the rest of the week, because we don't know what is exactly going to happen. We know we're gonna have a potential juvenile for tomorrow testifying, so that means that's probably from the defense, I want to say. So state might be closed, like I said earlier. State might be close to close the case. I think it would have closed today, or to rest. Sorry, prosecution would have arrested today if that lead investigator that I'm assuming that it is, or the person that is coming from Texas, would have been there today and be that. So tomorrow we're gonna have a potential juvenile testifying, so they're not gonna show his face. So I'm sure they are gonna do that on their side, and we're just gonna look probably at Natalie for the whole testimony, and we're gonna go from there. But I think, yeah, and I think I'm gonna leave it there, just shortly of 6 hours of a stream. That is amazing. So I'll love and leave you all here. Have a great morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Have a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow and 10-4. Peace out. Bye, everybody.